Public education will come to order. The clerk call the roll.
Representative Huberty?
Here.
Representative Bernal? Representative Allen? Present. Representative Allison? Here. Representative Ashby? Here. Representative Bell? Here. Representative Dutton? Representative Gonzalez? Representative King? Here. Representative Meyer? Representative Sanford? Here. Representative Talarico? Representative Van Dever.
All right, quorum's present. Thank you all for being here. Couple housekeeping items. We should, what? Huh? We have the overflow room, which is in E2028. If you want to grab a seat, we have that available for you at this particular time. Some of you have been asking questions about school finance, what the plan is. We'll have a plan to announce the plan later in the week. So we're getting there, but we'll have something filed and we'll start talking about it as we go forward. Next week, I want to address this, and then I'll open it up for any comments, but I want to address this issue. So, and I addressed it today at TASA and TASB, which is specifically related to the articles that are being written about the test, STAR testing. We've talked about this in this committee already. We plan on having testimony, specifically bringing TEA, the testing company, is going to be talking to them. We're going to be getting appropriateness questions. If the test is broken, we're going to fix it just like we did when we did the writing issue several years ago. And we'll address it. But I did ask a question to our friends, superintendents, and TASA members, and asked everybody to raise their hand if they think that 100% of the third graders can read in the state of Texas, and nobody raised their hand. So I know that we still have problems, and we'll just work through it. I just want to be aware of that. So with that, we'll get going. Anybody have any questions, comments that you'd like to add before we get going? Okay. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 314 and calls on Representative Howard to explain her measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. You've heard the old saying, the fifth time's the charm. I hope that that's not really, but that's what this is. The fifth time I've had this bill here, deja vu all over again. We actually have passed this out unanimously out of this committee each time, but we've had other challenges along the way. HB 314 is intended to provide school districts with more flexibility in how they use their compensatory education allotment funds by giving an option to provide or assist with child care services and life skills for at-risk students. Currently, districts receive the compensatory education allotment for each student who is educationally disadvantaged or in a remedial or support program because they are parents. This is currently a 2.41 multiplier, which in the 17-18 school year represented $1.3 million for 943 students. Current law limits the expenditure of these funds to supplemental programs and services designed to eliminate disparities in performance on assessment instruments or high school completion rates. There are certain permitted uses for these funds that include providing accelerated reading instruction, etc. However, providing child care services, assisting with child care expenses, or providing parenting education and support, even if it will help these students succeed, is not currently one of the options that can be used for a local decision here. Prior to the 2011 budget cuts, these services actually were provided through the Life Skills Program, which was one of the grant programs that got cut in 2011 when the legislature zeroed out all the grant programs like full-day pre-K. The Life Skills Program was funded at $20 million at that point in time. So to provide you some perspective, the school districts represented by those of you on the committee received $3.5 million in funding from the Life Skills Program the final year of its existence. In an effort to support at-risk students who are parents who have chosen to have their babies, HB 314 would add child care expenses to the categories of items that a district may pay for with compensatory education allotment funds. This gives local districts the flexibility to make local decisions based on their particular students' needs. Parenthood is, of course, one of the causes of school dropout, and finding daycare that is dependable, safe, and affordable goes a long way toward allowing a young parent to complete their education. The average annual cost of child care in Texas is $9,207, which is a significant amount for any family. But of course, imagine what this means for a family with a teen parent. Therefore, providing or assisting with child care services is in direct support of the goal to eliminate disparities in high school completion rates. HB 314 reinforces a policy choice that has already been made, the choice to support students at the risk of dropping out of school. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know we have a witness here, and I reserve the right to close.
Absolutely. Any questions for Representative Howard? All right, we'll give you the right to close.
Thank you.
Kelly Hickman, testifying for themselves, but neutrally on the bill. Hello. Tell us who you are.
Okay. My name is Kelly Hickman, and I'm here in individual capacity to testify on House Bill 314. At Lanier Early College High School, we have an on-campus child development center that serves parenting students. By providing high-quality child care on school grounds, the Child Development Center allows teen parents to remain in school and successfully fulfill both their role as a student and as a parent. In the 2 years I've been managing the Teen Parent Program and Child Development Center at Lanier, I've seen increased rates of academic success and graduation for parenting students utilizing the center, opposed to those teen parents not using the Child Development Center. For example, 100% of the cohort 2018 parenting seniors that used the Lanier Child Development Center last spring successfully graduated with their cohort, as opposed to 50% of the cohort 2018 parenting seniors that did not use the Lanier Child Development Center. This school year, we have cohort 2019 parenting students on track to graduate, as well as a couple of cohort 2020 parenting students who have chosen to pursue an accelerated academic path with our Graduation Prep Academy on campus and are currently on track to graduate with the 2019 cohort. The close proximity of childcare alleviates many parental concerns, thus providing an ideal opportunity for parenting students to focus on their academics and progress towards graduation. This year, when asked the question, as a parenting student, what has helped you prepare for graduation? Seniors have responded, being able to have my son in school and knowing he's safe helped me get ready for graduation. Another senior simply exclaimed, the Child Development Center. Last school year, parenting students using the Lanier Child Development Center were asked to finish the statement, I like bringing my child because, and the following responses were given. It helps me be able to attend school and learn skills. I feel secure because it is right here at school. They treat her really well, and I can focus while in school. She's close to me. Finally, a staff member of the Teen Parent Program at Lanier recently said to me, if I had had a program like this that supported me as a teen parent, I would have finished high school. I had good grades. It was just a lack of childcare that kept me from finishing. That's why I do what I do now and why I'm so passionate about it.
Great. Any other questions? Do you have any questions? None? Thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to testify on, for, or against House Bill 314? If not, we'll call on Representative Howard to close on her bill. Before you close, I do have a question. How many times have we passed this out of this committee?
This will hopefully be the 5th time that it unanimously passes out of this committee. Yeah, this is really, it's time has come. We're ready to do this. And as you heard from Kelly, this is definitely beneficial to students if a school district chooses to use it.
Is your bill dying someplace else? Is it dying in calendars? Where's it dying?
It wouldn't come up in the Senate on one occasion. The governor vetoed it in 2015 because of an amendment that was not related to this.
Got it. Okay.
So I appreciate your favorable consideration, and with that, I close.
Okay. At this time, House Bill 314 will be left pending.
Thank you.
This time, the chair lays out House Bill 92 by Rodriguez, calls on Representative Rodriguez to explain his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And like Donna, I'm hoping that third time's the charm with this bill. I appreciate you've been supportive in the past, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. And thank you, Representative Van Dever, for your signing on as a joint author of this bill. Under the community schools model, families, educators, and the community partner together to address the unique needs of a school and its community. Using proven evidence-based school improvement strategies, the entire community works together to plan and provide all students with top quality academics, enrichment activities, student and family support, and college and career-focused programs that promote success in the school life. This model has proven to be a particularly effective tool for improving struggling schools, and it has already been used in Texas with incredible success. In fact, we have two great examples here in Austin that followed this model, Reagan High School, which is now an early college high school, and Webb Middle School. Both schools were on the verge of being shut down after years of underperforming. In both cases, the schools worked with the surrounding community and were able to drastically improve enrollment, attendance, academic performance, and graduation rates. House Bill 92 would give schools the option to operate it as a community school under a campus turnaround plan. Under current law, campuses identified as unacceptable for 2 consecutive school years must submit a campus turnaround plan. Plans to operate as a community school must include, among other things, strategies and programs to coordinate academic, social, and health services and reduce barriers to learning through partnerships and social and service coordination. For example, in El Paso ISD Community Schools partnered with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger and Project Vida to open school-based food pantries to serve families. In Austin, Webb Middle School operates a family resource center with partners such as Communities in Schools and United Way. Families can receive support at the center in 5 basic areas: housing, employment, access to health care, social connections, and education. House Bill 92 also defines certain leadership and organizational requirements, including requiring that in addition to satisfying existing requirements for a campus improvement plan, a community school must gain the approval of the school board, 75% of campus faculty and staff, and most importantly, 75% of the parents of the enrolled students to commit to this program, this plan. Schools must coordinate with an organization that is experienced in helping schools transition to the community schools model and must create a school community partnership team to liaise with the community intervention team. In Austin, Education Austin and Austin Voices for Education and Youth work with Reagan High School and its feeder schools. In fact, Austin Voices for Education partners with El Paso ISD as well, and Dallas. The commissioner, what the bill provides for is that the commissioner may not order the closure of a campus under this section without giving the campus the opportunity to operate as a community school under a campus turnaround plan and give them at least 2 years to implement the campus's community school plan. The 2 years is because though this program is very effective, it does take a little bit of time to work its way to really improving the school. Members, the community schools model has a proven success rate, and my bill ensures that this valuable tool is available to Texas schools that must develop a turnaround plan to meet state requirements. I do have a couple of witnesses here. I think for Austin Voices, Gabriel Estrada is here, and then we also have, as a resource, and I hope that maybe one of you might ask for her, Dina Donaldson with AFT, and she can maybe break down how a community school model actually happens on the ground. So with that, I reserve my right to close.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. Members, any questions for the bill author? Yes, Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Talarico.
Chairman. I had a question about lead organization. So Voices for Education, is that the one?
That's one of them, yeah.
And were they the lead? You mentioned a few organizations that were involved in the Austin.
My understanding, is that Austin Voices for Education was the lead at Reagan and I believe at Webb as well.
Okay.
And United Way has been involved in it as well.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions? Reserving the right to close. Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. Chair calls up first Gabrielle Estrada, as well as Irma Sandate, and well, we should have 2 chairs, so we'll start with there. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm here to testify for HB 92.
Pardon me, if you would state your name for the record as well as who you're representing today.
Gabriel Estrada with Austin Voices for Education and Youth.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Okay. I'm a proud parent of an Austin Independent School District, 2 children. I also was a 5th and 6th grade teacher for many years at Zavala Elementary, actually, specifically for 19 years. For the past 6 years, I've been part of the organization Austin Voices for Education and Youth. And we have worked specifically with over 26 public schools, low-income schools in Austin, Dallas, and El Paso. We've worked to empower parents, teachers, students, and community members to improve and strengthen their schools. We believe deeply that involved parents and teachers are part of what makes neighborhood schools successful. Every day I'm in schools where a significant number of children are struggling with barriers to learning, including homelessness and poor housing, lack of health care, moving from school to school, basic needs like food and clothing, language barriers, mental health needs, and more. We expect a lot of our teachers and students, but if students can't focus on learning and aren't even in school regularly, they will not reach their potential. The community school model has proven itself as a way to face both the external and internal factors that help kids learn and schools become successful. There is no magic, but we have been seeing over the past 12 years that a good academic approach and community school support that come from coordinated partnerships can be transformative. In AISD, we have 3 schools, as Representative Rodriguez has mentioned, that are perfect examples of this. One of the schools I'll highlight at this point is Martin Middle School. They face shrinking enrollment and mediocre academic results. The school worked together with Austin Voices and the community and provided wraparound services through Family Resource Center and community-based planning to turn this ship around. A new Innovation Academy program was designed with community partners starting at 6th grade. Funding was raised from the community to build a makerspace. 3 years in, Martin's enrollment has rebounded and its scores are up through this holistic approach.
Gabrielle, if I could
Yes.
ask you to wrap up, your
Yes.
time's expired
Yes,
here.
sir. I just want to go ahead and state very clearly that community schools work. They have partnerships. They bring partnerships to schools and our community hubs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Tallarico.
Sorry, just to build
Yes.
off my question earlier, your organization is 501c3?
Yes, sir.
And were y'all the lead organization?
Yes, sir. Yes, actually, our executive director, Alan Weeks, was actually a community member in the St. John's area where Reagan High School and Webb Middle School were, and he became actively involved along with community members around there to realize what was happening at those schools at the possible closure, and it was they felt that we can't close these schools because they are hubs of the community, and we needed to ensure that they stayed in place. And that was one of the reasons where the idea of bringing the community school initiative forward that really brought everybody back on board to those schools.
Do y'all receive additional funding for that, your role in the community school program?
We work with grants, federal grants as well, to bring that monies into the.
But not from the school district?
The school district provides portions of that, especially around our family resource centers, for instance, where we have a center where families can drop in and come in to get wraparound services.
Got it. Another question.
Yes,
Sorry, thank you,
please.
Mr. Chairman. And this seems like a wonderful program, and I know parents and teachers are involved. Is there room for students also to be involved in the process? And I don't know if that you
Yeah.
get experience with that.
No, absolutely. We provide actually leadership opportunities. A couple of specific examples, like at Eastside Memorial High School, for instance, we started an ambassadors program, especially when that school was really under threat of closure. The idea to bring the voice of the student forward. So we work specifically around creating a training for students to really think about what is your voice and how do you bring that forth, because there was anger there, but they didn't know how to channel that anger into a sense of accomplishment, and that's where we can step in and other organizations step in to say we will support you to bring that forth.
That's great. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Any other questions? Okay, Irma?
Good afternoon, Chair and distinguished members. My name is Irma Sandate. I am testifying for House Bill 92. I am a middle school principal in Houston ISD. Prior to that, I worked as an elementary school principal in Houston ISD, where we faced low attendance rate and we faced high disciplinary issues. Through an informal meeting process, I was meeting with private organizations to talk about how we could turn around our campus. And in that informal meeting, we started talking about a promise that they could make to our teachers on our campus. The promise talked about not putting extra things on their plate to turn around our campus. Whether you're a new teacher or a seasoned teacher, we still have to work just as hard to focus on the issues that require turning around a campus. House Bill 92 offers those resources to our campuses. House Bill 92 focuses on the needs of the students, whether they're social needs, economical needs, emotional needs, nutritional, or medical. At Durkee Elementary, which was my elementary campus, we worked on restorative strategies to help our students. We worked on bringing licensed psychologists into our campus. We worked on bringing mobile vans to our campus to address immunization and medical needs. We also worked on bringing nutritional services to our students. Having our students remain on campus meant extra seat time for our students on our campus. The community schools framework impacted our teachers, our parents, and our students. They provided education for our parents on being better parents. It created a mind shift for our teachers, our parents, and our students. It built our confidence and our trust in one another to turn around our campus. At Durkee Elementary, we saw increased attendance rates, which increased our budget as well. We also saw a drop in our disciplinary issues. And that was done through increased seat time because our students no longer had to leave our campus. That took us 2 years to do. It can be done. The framework works. We increased the value for education, and I'm looking forward to reading more about the passage of House Bill 92.
Thank you, Irma. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you both for being with us. Next, the chair calls Mercedes Sudoff. I'm going to let you pronounce the middle part of that. Testifying for the bill. And while you're coming up, let me just remind everyone that we have a timer here. We have 20 some odd bills we're trying to get through this afternoon, and so if you will be respectful of the time, it's a 2-minute timer. When you're green, you have a minute and a half. Yellow is 30 seconds, and then when you see the red, I'll give you a few seconds to wrap up. If not, then you'll hear me chime in. So with that, we're glad to have you today. Please.
Okay. My name is Mercedes Quijijes Surhoff.
That was close.
Quijijes. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity you provided me to talk about community school model.
Testifying for the bill. You're testifying for the bill.
Yeah, testifying for the bill, yes. Okay. I've been a teacher for the last 12 years. Currently, I'm a second grade teacher at Zavala Elementary at Corpus Christi. Okay, so some of the things that I find that it would be really great for community schools coming into is the fact that it would provide, like the other members talk about, where it would help support our families, stabilize our children, which is really important because they're moving around all over the place is not really good for them. We lose a lot of academics because of that. The other thing that I find that it would be helpful, again, is in our behavior problems. And one of the examples that I have in terms of behavior problems that could work is restorative circles. And that helps our student kind of, it was mentioned before, that anger that they have because they have no control over what's happening in their lives. So I have implemented that, started to do that in my classroom, and I have seen really good changes. And the other thing that I want to mention is that community school is a support system that can help overcome difficult challenges, such as the one that we really felt during Hurricane Harvey, where kids were displaced from one place to another. Not only they lost their homes, they went ahead and they had to change schools, everything new. So I think that support from community schools would be great support for schools that needs it. Okay, I appreciate your time.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
and thank
so
you for
very
making
much.
the drive from Corpus. Members, any questions for this witness? Okay, thank you so much for being here. Is this a resource or is he testifying? Okay, last witness we have signed up is Barry Hainish. Barry? I knew I was close. I just didn't.
You were real close.
Testifying for the bill.
Good afternoon, committee members, and thank you very much for the chance to address you. I am Barry Hainish. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Association of Community Schools, and we will be testifying for House Bill 92. You have some written testimony in front of you, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through that, but I do want to hit just a few highlights. First of all, this plan and my association share two words in common: community schools. I think it's important for you all to know that we did not initiate this plan. This was not our concept or our idea. But after exploring and visiting at Reagan and Webb, we became converts to the plan, and we have been strong proponents of it since then. One of the Texas Association of Community Schools represents small and mid-sized school districts in Texas. And one of the beauties of a small town, a mid-sized town, is the feeling of community and the way that the school is the heart of that community. If there's an athletic event, the stadium is filled with all ages. If the third graders are singing at the PTA program, the auditorium is filled. If a child needs a coat shows up. If a child needs to see a doctor, he gets to see a doctor. That same concept that you see in small schools is built into the neighborhood in this plan. The whole idea is exactly the same. One of the things that I like about this bill is that it's permissive. It's a positive approach to turnaround rather than the punitive aspects that we often see. And building a partnership can't do anything but help the community, help the school, help the students, and so I would encourage your support for House Bill 92.
Thank you, Barry. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Representative Ashby. I actually didn't know that the names were, it was an accident.
Yeah. Yes, it's an accident.
That's an accident.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
how fortuitous. And I
Yeah.
think that your explanation was really beautiful.
Good.
If a kid's hungry, if a kid's cold, if a kid needs other emotional support and we're not giving it to them, then it's really impossible for them to learn in the classroom. And this is an alternative. And so as someone who really appreciates the work of your organization and someone who really loves this bill, I love how this is all kind of a beautiful accident.
Yeah.
And so thank you for all your work, and thank you, Representative Rodriguez, for bringing up this bill again. I hope third time's the charm.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Members, any other questions for Barry? Barry, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you for what
much.
your organization does for our
Appreciate
school
you.
children. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay. Is there anyone else here that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 92? Okay. There being none, the chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez to close on his bill.
Thank you. I'd like to ask that since my friend Morgan Meyer wasn't here when I laid out the bill, can I lay it out again for him?
And on that note, the chair recognizes that Representative Meyer has joined us this afternoon.
There you go. No, just seriously though, I think Barry kind of closed better than I could. Honestly, that was a great way of putting it. This is an optional thing. We're not making schools do this. You can be a community school or have that model on your campus right now without this bill. But the reason why this bill is important is that if a school, we want to make sure that a school, if they're underperforming, that they know that this option is available to them and they will go to this model, and that that TEA will take that into account to give them a little bit of time to turn around, and before they actually might either close down the school or have another negative impact to that campus. So that's basically all this does. I do want to say that I'm working with the governor's office to make sure there's that we can get him on board and see if there's anything we need to change. So just to let you know that dialogue is going on right now as well. But I appreciate y'all's time, and with that, I close.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. Okay, we'll leave House Bill 92 pending at this time. Next, the chair will call up Representative Capriglione to lay out House Bill 638 and offer up a committee substitute for the measure. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Capriglione to explain the measure.
Right. Thank you, members. Members, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Today, I'm here to speak to you about House Bill 638, which would open up our current statute regarding posthumous high school diplomas. Currently, if a student dies during their senior year of high school, the parents can request a posthumous diploma for their child. House Bill 638 would allow parents to request this diploma regardless of their child's grade level when they pass, and the diploma would be awarded in the year they would have graduated high school. I do have a committee substitute that just removes a requirement in the filed version for the parents to still live in the school district. This bill was brought to me by a constituent who you will hear from in just a little bit. But members, this story isn't a single instance. Unfortunately, tragic stories like this happen in every single one of our districts. Allowing a parent the ability to commemorate when their child would have graduated from high school is the least we can do for a grieving family. With that, I hope you will carefully consider the merits of this bill, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions for Representative Capriglione? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll begin public testimony on House Bill 638, and the chair will call Lori Cerami.
My son applauds you got it right.
Oh, thank you. Thank
and
you.
my son would like to hold his sister's picture while I speak.
That's fine. And just a reminder, if you would, please state your name and for, against the bill, and who you represent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to speak for House Bill 638. My name is Lori Cerami, and I represent my 13-year-old daughter, Elise Cerami, who is a freshman honor student at Carroll ISD. Elise was a 7-year competitive swimmer on the Dragon varsity swim team. She hoped to swim as an Aggie and planned to attend the engineering program at A&M. She ultimately dreamed of being a patent attorney after completing her law degree at SMU. With near straight A's and only 100 points away from a perfect score on the SAT, Elise was well on her way to making this happen. This amazing front row journey with Elise abruptly ended when she fatally drowned during her swim practice on June 20th, 2016. We not only lost our vibrant and healthy daughter, we lost the amazing journey we would have had with her. Some might think that a parent may not want to be reminded that their child is absent. It's the opposite for us. There's comfort in remembering Elise. Like other parents whose child lives with them, we want to see and hear her name. Another bereaved parent related to this well when he said, "Our child dies a second time when no one speaks their name. In our efforts to be resilient, we have chosen to journey with our grief, and we do this by talking about our daughter's impact in the world." Both A&M and SMU understood this, acknowledging Elise with honorary certificates and calling her name at the muster. A request for a posthumous diploma was made to our school district. As they reviewed the request, TASB advised our district to continue its current practice of providing an empty chair during graduation. Our school board was led to believe that they were only allowed to grant a posthumous diploma to a graduating senior. Yet opening this to underclassmen's families' minimal administrative burden, I can assure you the burden lies in the grief carried by the families who journey without their children. After my daughter passed away, the only video I found on her phone was my graduation, my MBA graduation from UTD. Just as I had been proud of her, she was proud of me. We asked the Education Committee to give us and other families the opportunity to seek out the experience of receiving our child's posthumous high school diploma. Your decision to vote for House Bill 638 would give this commemorative moment back to grieving families. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Members, any questions? Lori, thank you and your son both for being here today. Very powerful testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Members, I'm sorry, any other, anybody else wanting to testify on, for, or against House Bill 638? Okay. This time the chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 638 and recognizes Representative Capriglione to close on this bill.
Great. Thank you, members. I think that was a powerful testimony. We all, unfortunately, have tragic incidents that happen in our district, the families in our districts, and what this bill does is very simply, there's statute already. It just opens it up to allow more families to be able to commemorate the lives of their daughters and sons. And with that, I close.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, the chair will leave House Bill 638 pending here before the committee. Next, the chair recognizes Representative Blanco on behalf of House Bill 391.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, for giving me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 391. This bill is a refiled bill of House Bill 1042 from last session that passed unanimously out of this committee and made it to the local consent calendar. As more and more schools adopt electronic instructional materials, some students are at risk of being left behind. It's been reported that 1 in 5 teens can't always finish their homework because of this digital divide. 1/3 of Texas students don't have access to the internet at home, but among students of Black and Latino families making under $50,000 a year, that figure is as high as 40%. Without access to educational materials, these children are likely to fall behind in school. This bill would create a process that allows parents to request printed versions of instructional materials if a student does not have reliable access to technology at home. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And with that, if not, I respectfully reserve my right to close.
Okay. Members, any questions for Representative Blanco? And currently, we don't have any witnesses signed up to testify on, for, or against the bill. Anybody? Last call? Okay. Well, at this time, the chair will recognize Representative Blanco to close on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I respectfully ask that you favorably consider and at the appropriate time report this bill favorably to the Local and Consent Calendar Committee.
Thank you, Representative Blanco, and we will leave House Bill 391 pending at this time.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez to visit with us about House Bill 637.
Thank you, Representative Ashby. Members, I have a technical change bill, your favorite. House Bill, I'm here to lay out House Bill 637, which would make the technical change of taking the important step of fixing the conflicting parts of our law surrounding the salaries of the superintendents for the Texas School of the Blind and Texas School of the Deaf. So as you know, salaries for our state agency heads are set by the General Appropriations Act. However, in statute, we also have a component under the Education Code that sets the salaries for these two superintendents at where they're limited to no more than 120% of their highest paid instructional administrative salary. However, a recent audit by a state auditor has determined that these superintendents, because they are not just superintendents, they're agency heads who are responsible for statewide programming, need to move up or should be moved up from Group 4 to Group 5. Now, there's a conflict because it's supposed to be in appropriations like all other state agencies heads, but it's also in the Education Code, thus a technical change that we would like to fix. Any questions?
Members, any questions for Representative Gonzalez? Okay.
Thank you.
Reserving the right
I
to
reserve the right to
close.
close.
At this time, we'll begin public testimony on House Bill 637, and we will call up a couple of friends of mine, William Daugherty, Superintendent for the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and Claire Bugan, Superintendent for the Texas School for the Deaf. Glad to see both of you again. I think you know the process.
My name is Claire Bugan, and I'm the Superintendent of the Texas School for the Deaf. Thank you for this opportunity. I think Representative Gonzalez said it very well. This is a technical adjustment to some antiquated language in the Texas Education Code as old as 1995 in the 74th session. And at that time, it was deemed to be a positive move because teachers at both of our schools follow the Austin Independent School District salaries. And Austin, if you can possibly remember back that long when Austin was giving high pay raises every year, we had this collapse of the highest paid instructional administrator with the superintendents. So this was a well-meaning gesture in 1995, which has become not only impractical but actually impossible to administer, because now our salaries since 2011 and the 82nd legislature are established by Article 9 in the General Appropriations Bill, and we currently now have a conflict with that Education Code language. So Representative Gonzalez's bill simply eliminates one sentence from the Education Code and therefore eliminates the problem.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Bugan? Okay. Please.
Mr. Chairman and members, William Daugherty, Superintendent at the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Superintendent Bugan has covered this topic nicely. We're simply looking to remove the 120% language through this bill. It does not have any fiscal impact on it. Our boards still have to go to the governor's office should they be considering any pay raises for the superintendents. And so there is checks and balances along the way on this. We would certainly appreciate your consideration of it.
Thank you, Mr. Daugherty. Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you both for being here
Thank
today.
you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for the work that both of you do. Okay, anybody else wishing to testify on? I'm sorry, I think we do have one more. Angie Wolf, come on up. Please tell us who you are and for or against the bill and
Good
who you're representing today.
I'm Angie Wolf, and I'm a member of the Texas School for the Deaf Governing Board. And everybody explained the bill very nicely. Back in 2011, both agencies, TSD and the School for the Blind, approached the legislature to seek an alternative solution of keeping the superintendent's salary competitive, along with both boards to participate in the process. And during the 82nd legislative session, we added the authority for the GAA in Article 9, Section 3.04, permitting each governing board to annually request a salary increase within the group range assigned to the superintendent in Article 3. our board supports House Bill 637, just to remove that language so we can continue the process and how we adjust the superintendent's salary.
Pretty straightforward. Members, any questions for Angie? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. All right. Anyone else wishing to testify on for or against House Bill 637? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Gonzalez to close her bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't visited the Texas School of the Deaf and Texas School of the Blind, they're really beautiful institutions that protect and take care of some of our wonderful kids around the state. And so with this, if there aren't any questions, I close, and I ask you favorably to send it to whatever committee you want, calendars or by local consent.
Okay. All right. At this time, the chair will leave House Bill 637 pending here before the committee. All right. And let's see, did Representative Springer leave the room? Yeah, he said. Okay, well, we'll come back to Representative Springer. At this time, the chair will call forth Representative Van Dever on House Bill 396 and 397. We'll do 396 first. Oh, okay.
Do you want to go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. House Bill 396 is really just trying to clarify that all shipping costs and inventory software may be paid by the Technology and Instructional Material Fund. This clarification is necessary as a result of a comprehensive review of Chapter 66 that was completed by TEA in 2017. For some reason, following that review, that process, the language no longer allowed districts to purchase inventory software with their IMA. And so this bill simply clarifies that materials allotments may be used for all shipping costs rather than just intrastate shipping costs, and it clarifies that districts and charters may purchase inventory software using Technology and Instructional Materials Allotments Fund. It is worth noting that this bill does not dramatically change the use of the instructional materials allotment, and it's consistent with the original intent, and it does not require districts or charter schools to expend funds on these items. It simply is permissive. And so that, Mr. Chairman, I think there are a couple of witnesses, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
You bet. Members, any questions for Representative Van Dever? Okay, at this time we'll begin public testimony. The chair will call forth Wayne Shaper and Jennifer Berglund. Wayne, we'll start with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Shopper. I am from Spring Branch Independent School District in Houston, Texas, and I am here representing the Instructional Materials Coordinators of Texas, and we are for this bill. The reason that we support this bill is that in the past, TEA has allowed school districts to use instructional materials funds to purchase tracking software, and in 2017, they all of a sudden stopped. And we're asking that this be an allowable expense under TEMA again.
Very good.
Thank you.
Wayne. Jennifer.
My name's Jennifer Berglund, and I represent the Texas Computer Education Association, and I am for House Bill 396. And I've given you some written testimony, so I won't read it to you. But we are very supportive of this language, but we would like to ask this committee to consider adding a couple of uses. The language that we are strongest is we'd like for software that can identify the student usage of instructional materials to be included here. When I was a technology director, I would literally have to call each of the individual companies and ask for my student usage, and it was very valuable to me because it either A, helped me see that I had a problem, it wasn't being used, so I needed to do some professional development to make sure it was being used, or sometimes I decided, you know what, we don't need this anymore. So I think that if you include that, I think it will give school districts, again, permissive ability to give school districts the chance to be able to maybe really fine-tune their process, particularly when it comes to digital instructional materials.
Thank you, Jennifer. Members, any questions for Jennifer? Sounds like a good suggestion. I think you know how to get hold of Representative Van Dever. Okay, anybody else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 396 this time? Okay, seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Van Dever to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are looking at possible amendment to the bill to make those changes. We agree that those changes would be good. We just didn't want to slow down the process at this point before we come to the committee. But with that, I close.
Okay. This time, the chair will leave House Bill 396 pending before the committee. I know Representative Van Dever, you've got to get to another committee, so let's go ahead and recognize you on House Bill 397 to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And House Bill 397 is actually just a kind of a companion bill to 396, and I'm not going to take a lot of time, and I don't think the witnesses are going to necessarily testify. This is kind of belts and suspenders, and not knowing really how the language came about to disallow the funds being used for inventory software. We wanted to have a second bill in the pipeline that would allow this, and so really House Bill 397 is a backup bill to allow the instructional materials allotment money to be used for the purchase of inventory software. And I don't think we have anyone.
We have one person signed up. So
okay,
reserving a right to close.
Yes, please.
Okay, this time we'll begin public testimony, and the chair will call forward Ms. Jennifer Berglund, who's going to testify. No, please come up. Sorry, you're registered to testify. It's a formality. That's okay. That's okay. We're glad you.
My name's Jennifer Berglund, and I work for the Texas Computer Education Association, and we're very supportive of this bill.
Great. Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Okay, at this time, if there's no one else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 397, the chair will recognize Representative Van Dever to close on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you have one more? 3:30. Okay. This time, the chair recognizes Representative Van Dever to lay out House Bill 330.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From time to time, we discover problems with the education code that really no one knew existed until a particular situation brings it to light. And this is the case with House Bill 330. There was a student named Scott Akins who was a student athlete at James Bowie High School. He was playing football in September of 2017 when he suffered a severe brain bleed. Required a portion of his skull to be removed and left him in a coma in Little Rock Hospital for months. He's now at the Institute for Rehabilitation and Research in Houston. He's had multiple surgeries, he's had several strokes and seizures, and he's still learning how to perform basic motor skills. Obviously, he's unable to return to school or participate in an educational program, but since his situation does not fit within the exemptions for dropouts, he was labeled as a dropout for accountability purposes. Now, I think most of us would agree that in light of this tragedy, a dropout on the accountability rating is really a minor concern, and it's certainly not the focus of the school district while trying to serve this family. However, in a school district that is very small and has very limited class size, one dropout can affect their accountability score, making the difference between letter ratings going from A to B or even passing to failing. Currently, the Education Code has 6 exemptions. All are situations outside the control of the school, such as a student who is in juvenile detention, an unschooled refugee, or incarcerated. But there are currently no medical exemptions in the code, nor is there a way for a school district to appeal. House Bill 330 keeps schools from being penalized through accountability when tragic circumstances outside their control leave one of their students unable to attend school. I think we have maybe a witness here to testify on this, and I would like to reserve the right to close, please.
At this time, we'll begin public testimony, and the chair will call forward Mr. Rex Burks, Superintendent of Sims ISD, testifying for the bill. Mr. Burks, glad to have you here today.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address y'all about this, and I appreciate Representative Van Dever bringing this forward. My name is Rex Burks, Superintendent at Sims ISD. I'm advocating for House Bill 330. The situation with Scott Akins was a very dire situation. He was told originally, his parents were told that he would be a vegetable, that they probably need to unplug him from the machines, and they decided against that. It's turned out to be a good decision. Scott, although he's had a rough time, he has some quality of life. He can laugh, he can cut up, make jokes, things like that, and he's learning how to walk and talk and all those kind of things again. He'll never be normal again. He is learning, although he's not doing basic school stuff. And the whole thing for me is, it was a tough thing to think about. I've got to go talk to this parent and tell her if we don't, jump through some hoops, then we're going to have to list him as a dropout as a student at our school. And he didn't deserve that. We didn't deserve that. Nobody did. It's just a bad situation that nobody's really taken account for before. So I'm asking that you consider the situation it puts the school in, puts these families in. All they're doing is trying to struggle for their son to get through life day to day. And he is a kid that has been amazing in the way that he has strived to fight and try and get better. And he still considers himself a James Bowie pirate. His mother considers him a James Bowie pirate, and so do we. And I just appreciate y'all's consideration in this situation.
Absolutely, and please give him our regards and our best. And
just one note to finish.
Please.
I did email his mom about the testimony today in this, and she sent me a picture of Scott, and he had a big smile on his face, and that was his reaction to the news that we were hearing this today.
That's great. Before you head, I'm curious, Sims, where is Sims ISD?
It's up close to Texarkana.
By Texarkana.
Yes.
Okay, well, I know it's a long ways. It
Yeah.
means a lot that you took the time to be with us today.
Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burks. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 330? Being none, the chair recognizes Representative Van Deaver to close on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Superintendent Burks driving to Austin today to testify on this bill. And with that, I close.
Okay, thank you, Representative Van Deaver. At this time, the chair will leave House Bill 330 pending. Next, the chair calls for Representative Thompson to lay out her measure, House Bill 403.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. This is a real easy, simple bill.
We like easy and simple.
Thank you. And if you like to, you can really vote it out today.
I'm going to let Chairman Huberty make that call.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members, those of you who have been here for a while have been so good to the persons who have been part of what we call human trafficking within our state. You've been gracious enough to pass legislation to assist us in trying to get at the problem, do something about the problem, and also to help the victim. We know that our schools happen to be one of the breeding grounds, or could become one of the breeding grounds of places where persons seek to divert students, our students, into this awful situation. What this bill basically does is it adds a 1 hour every 2 years of human traffic training for school board members. And it adds an additional 1 hour every 5 years for superintendents. And all it does is we just want to acquaint them with what human trafficking is so that they would be better able to recognize it and to assist our students and law enforcement when they see this kind of activity on their campuses. That is the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, and thank you for your continued passion for this cause of sexual and human trafficking. Members, any questions before we call up some witnesses? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I reserve the right to close?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time we'll begin public testimony, and the chair will call forward James Carruthers as well as Columba Wilson. There you are. All right.
Tell us who you are. Proceed.
Good. Is it morning, afternoon?
Good afternoon.
It's a pleasure being here. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman. You've been doing an excellent job. And I want to talk, like you know me, always talk about different things. I don't know if that bill can add about the trauma information. care to the list of classes they must take, and look into the children's eyes, their fear, the lack of smile, and the change of behavior. And I know everybody talks about the human trafficking, but actually the sexual abuse happens in the schools by older boys. You already know my story about my grandson. And it's something that is never been able to address in the way that it should, because the trauma the child suffered. There's so many kids have been abused in the classroom. They are sometimes in the bathroom. And I think this bill is excellent, and maybe they can add a little bit of the trauma, more training, because I'm 71 years old, and when I think about my grandson being abused at the time, 6 years old, the trauma was there, the fear and everything, but I didn't know what to look for. So that would be great if they can inject that into the school, and I thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Ms. Wilson? All right, Mr. Carruthers.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is James Carruthers. I'm Senior Staff Attorney for Children at Risk here in support of House Bill 403. House Bill 403 connects school district leadership and their knowledge about their districts and the capacity of the schools in their districts with information around human trafficking and sexual abuse. These men and women, they set the policies for their districts, and it's vital they have an understanding of all the dangers facing their students. And unfortunately, human trafficking and sex abuse is very much one of those dangers. There's a lot of very good reasons to support House Bill 403. I'm going to go into depth a little bit about one that's very close to us at Children at Risk, and that's the proliferation of illicit massage businesses across Texas. We mapped out all of the illicit massage businesses in Texas. You can see that at our website, and we overlaid the location of all public schools on top of this map. The upshot is 35,000 Texas public school students go to a school that's within 1,000 feet of an illicit massage business or an IMB. These are fronts for prostitution and human trafficking using the cover of a legitimate industry to exploit and sell women. The busiest times for these IMBs is the morning before work, that's when men go, and at lunch. You may have heard Robert Kraft was recently charged with soliciting a prostitute at an IMB. That was during lunch. These sex buyers are in close proximity to our students while they're in school, while they are in school, and while they are walking to school. These are the busiest times. This also desensitizes young men. You know, we were all in public school. We all knew what it was like. We knew where those seedy places were. The rumors fly around schools. By having them operating openly near our schools, we're teaching the next generation of young men that it's okay to purchase a person, that Texas thinks we're okay with that in Texas. School district leaders need the ability to have all of the information to make the best decisions for their districts. Some of you did not have the maps, and some of you do. There's the map of your district with the IMBs. And that really shows how 403 takes into account local control. In some districts, superintendents and trustees will get this information. They'll have this information, and they may say, you know what, in my district, I think we're okay. Others are going to say, well, certain schools in my district, I'd like to see those teachers, principals trained. 403 gives them that information and connects it with their capacities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for Mr. Carruthers? All right, thank you. Looks like it, huh? Is that it? Yes. All right, is there anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 403? If not, we'll call on Chairwoman Thompson to close on her bill.
Mr. Chairman and members.
Before you close, real quick, Chairwoman, I'm looking at, we passed this last session, it looks like, right? Or something very similar for you, right? No? 2039, Senate Bill 2039? Is that close?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
But you know, if you want me to wait for a quorum, I'd be glad to. Mr. Chairman, members, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I appreciate a favorable recommendation from the committee when that time comes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good to see you. At this time, House Bill 403 will be left pending. All right, who we got? The freshman? Is this your first bill you're laying out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, don't approach the mic until I call you out.
Oh,
No,
I was responding to freshmen.
You like that, Springer? Yeah. All right, this time the committee lays out House Bill 674 by Patterson and calls on Representative Patterson to lay out his very first bill in front of any committee. So don't be too... Yeah, come on up, Spring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. And members, thank you for providing me this opportunity to lay out this bill, House Bill 674. All of us, I think, from talking to our superintendents, school boards, and teachers, understand the impact the numerous state mandates have on our public schools. Not all mandates are necessarily bad, but all do come with a cost. Cumulatively, the burden of compliance is significant. Schools often rely on Education Service Centers, ESCs, for assistance in complying with mandates, like mine in Region 11 and Region 10. Each year, TEA sends out a voluntary, and I repeat, voluntary client satisfaction survey to school districts, asking them to assess ESC performance using multiple choice and open-ended questions. Results show that schools highly rate ESC performance in the area of compliance assistance. The intent of House Bill 674 is simple. Utilize the client satisfaction survey to seek feedback from superintendents on the specific mandates they find most burdensome and expensive to comply with. This additional level of information could help administrators at TEA as well as policymakers understand specific mandates identified by our school leaders on the ground as particularly troublesome. Members, there is a committee substitute to this bill. I believe the clerk has it.
Do we have it? All right. At this time, the chair lays out committee substitute for House Bill 674.
The committee substitute will remove federal mandates from the inquiry since we don't really have control over those here at the state capitol. The sub will also clarify that the ESCs will not have their performance evaluated based on which mandates the schools identify. Of course, our ESCs do not make policy. I'd be happy to take any questions and reserve the right to close. And I believe we also have resource witnesses available if you have questions.
So what you're doing is you're just gathering information through the ESC to determine what is mandates and what are not. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, sir. We're trying to identify directly from the people on the ground the most expensive and most burdensome state mandates so that we can maybe start to kind of work towards fixing those.
Okay. All right. Any questions, members? All right. We're going to give you the right to close.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mark Terry, Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association, testifying for the bill. Mark Terry. Huh?
I think I signed on the wrong one.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to show you as for, but not testifying on the bill. Now that you spoke, actually come up here and tell me that. So we don't get Mr. Patterson in trouble on his very first bill.
Gotcha. I'm Mark Terry. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of TEPSA, Elementary Principals Association, and I'm registering for the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. All right. Anybody else wish to testify on for or against House Bill 674? Now we'll call on Representative Patterson to close on this bill.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you again for this opportunity. Really appreciate it. As you know, this is my first bill, and it's obviously very important to me as it's the first bill that we filed. Would certainly appreciate your recommendation of local calendars if that's an option.
The local calendar?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Dr. Allen, what do you think? Give him, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Okay, all right. We'll see. You got to work the members of the committee, and we'll see what happens, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, Chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 674, and House Bill 674 will now be left pending. You just got one bill, Drew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time, the chair lays out House Bill 613 by Springer and calls on Representative Springer to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. House Bill 613 addresses a problem we see sometimes in our small rural school districts, and that is that the school board is tasked with holding a joint election with the municipality, hospital district, or public junior college. And the issue is that trustees continue to serve on the board despite having completed their legal term, and or boards may operate with a vacancy for a long period of time because we don't have those elections. If a municipality, nobody is contested on these, and that happens quite frequently, they're left doing this. So this would allow that school district to be able to hold that election by themselves. I don't believe I have any witnesses, but you can confirm that for me. and happy to answer any questions.
Does not appear that you do. But let's see if anybody would like to talk about it, so just stay put right there. Is anybody wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 613? Seeing none, we'll give you the right to close.
And with that, I close.
All right, at this time, House Bill 613 will be left pending. We are going to now lay out, and I got to get Dr. Allen. Can you scooch over a chair, because you need to run the gavel for me, because that's going to be my bill. You're going to have a bunch of witnesses, I think, right? Let me know when you're ready. Okay, great.
Okay. Well, I need yours.
Chair lays out House Bill 76 and offers up a committee substitute for the measure. Is there any objections? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Huberty to explain the measure.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So, I don't know, 5th time's a charm, maybe? Is that what it is, Scott?
Yeah. A lot of those.
So, members, the committee substitute for House Bill 76 seeks to protect young athletes. Every year, students across Texas and the nation die from sudden cardiac arrest during athletic activities. Many of these deaths could have been prevented with the implementation of electrocardiogram or ECG, a medical test that scans for heart abnormalities. Students are already required to complete a physical before participation in UIL-sanctioned athletic activities, and this legislation would simply add an option for students to receive an ECG scan as part of the standard physical examination. This would be an opt-in for students, not a mandate. Our goal is to offer this screening to as many student athletes as possible and educate them and their families on the risk associated with sudden cardiac arrest. Offering this medical examination can bring certain heart conditions to light that many otherwise go unnoticed. This bill would allow physicians and parents to identify at-risk students early and allow them to take the necessary precautions before participating in athletic events. I would like to reiterate that this issue is clearly emotional, and it's also very personal to me.
Members, are there any questions?
I'm not done.
Not finished?
I just had a pause.
What?
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, okay.
That's all right. My dear friend Scott Stevens lost his son.
Okay. I remember.
To a heart
It is.
to a heart defect that went undetected. I filed this bill to prevent tragedies like the one that took Cody Stevens' life. Stock created the Cody Stevens Go Big or Go Home Foundation in honor of Cody and seeks to screen young hearts to prevent another family from experiencing the same tragedy. I'd like to additionally note that this bill number pays homage to Cody, as he was number 76 on the Crosby High School Cougar football team. You're likely to hear today from those that think this test is unnecessary or from groups that say it's too expensive. But I would ask you this: what is the cost of a life? What does it have to take for the state of Texas to recognize the children that are dying for the sake of sports? There is one fact that is very clear to me. By identifying students at high risk for heart complications, Texas could reduce the number of student athletes who experience sudden cardiac arrest during athletic activity by allowing them to take preventative measures. This legislation would achieve that. We are still working with many stakeholders involved to perfect the language and expect to have the final version before our committee hearing next week, which I plan on voting out. So for the members that are at other places, please don't be offended that they're not here. There are lots of other committees that are going on today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I would state a couple things. There's a lot of testimony that's going to be here today. I appreciate in working with the UIL. They've come to visit with us. They visited with Mr. Stevens, and he's here today to talk about this as well. But this bill has been killed every session that we've had it. Last legislative session, we had it on the floor, and it was part of that horrible Monday Mother's Day massacre is what we call it. people not understanding what they were doing and playing games with people's lives. We did this early this year with the intent that we were going to get this out of this committee, get it to the floor, and get it passed. And it's very, very important to me. That's why this is my first bill, and this is the bill that's going to be passed before anything else that I do gets done this legislative session. I appreciate those that want to come up and talk for this bill, and for those of you that maybe aren't for it at this particular time, we're continuing to be able to work with you. And I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Members, are there any questions? Now we'll begin testimony.
He's right there.
Okay. The chair calls David.
No.
Where we are.
Let's go Scott Stevens.
The chair calls Scott Stevens.
I'm Scott Stevens. I'm for House Bill 76. I can't thank Representative Huberty enough for his warrior approach to this and his conviction to save lives by screening our young kids' hearts. Sudden cardiac arrest is a #1 killer of our student athletes other than accidents, yet it's preventable. My wife and I live every day with the word preventable. We don't want others to live where we live. Cody was 6'9", 300-pound young man getting ready to go play college football. Had the world by the tail. He was more interested in where the lakes were in North Texas when he signed with Tarleton than he was worried about wind sprints. Those came easy to him. The fishing was what he wanted to do when he wasn't on the football field. He didn't get that chance. Crosby was real close to screening his senior year, and the athletic director, who is a good close friend of mine, just didn't get to it. The school district next to us did screen, and they did find a young man the first rattle out of the bag. And that young man went to heart surgery and is now living a full heart-healthy life. I decided right then it couldn't be which side of the school district line that you live on, that whether you get this test or you don't get this test. It needed to be statewide. So we started the Go Big or Go Home Foundation. We've raised over $1.5 million. We've screened 125,000 kids. We've got 95 young students in the state of Texas walking around right now that have had screens and have had heart surgery that are going to live a long, healthy life. We want everybody to have that opportunity. Our motto is screen them all. I need your help. We're trying to reach all the districts, give everybody the opportunity. Parental choice is what this bill's about. There'll be some rules that the UIL will implement. We've worked diligently with the UIL, with their medical advisors. You're going to hear from coaches and athletic directors today that are in favor of the bill. We believe it's a good bill. It's an opt-in bill, but it is a wonderful chance for parents to not go through what my wife and I have been through. Of those 125,000 that we screened, about 1 out of 900 need heart surgery. I tell people they don't do heart surgery for practice. It's a very serious situation, and we can address that here today. My vision is that schools will provide this opportunity for their kids through either having ECG machines on hand, emailing those to a cardiologist to read, or organizations like ours, who has grown from my wife and I sitting in our house trying to figure out how to screen them all, to a staff of now 5 people that go across the state of Texas, anywhere from Monahans to Laredo to Beaumont and every place in between. We screen the first year for free, and we ask that they find a way to continue the program. It costs about $20 per student to do this screening a second year out. First year is on us. And we've set out to prove that it can be done. I think that we've done that. We don't have a lot of fallout from districts that try it and then don't continue the program. They see that it works, and you're going to hear from some of those today. I I appreciate this committee. This is our fifth go at this. So Mayor Turner carried it the first year. Representative Huberty's taken it over every year after that, along with Wayne Smith. We believe this is the year. We've got all interested parties kind of on board. It's a little bit like herding cats, but we've got a bill that we can live with on all sides, and we're very excited that to have the opportunity to get this passed.
Okay.
Any questions or?
Any questions of witness? Representative Huberty.
Thank you. Scott, thank you for being here. Obviously, we've been trying to get this done for a long time. I know you've been working with the other groups, and I haven't seen the total on or against, or how many we got that maybe aren't for it. Yeah, we've got a couple. But just in generalities, you touched on this, which I thought was interesting, is that there's 95 student athletes that we're not sure they would have died or whatever, but obviously had major surgeries to correct defects just as a result of this screening process.
That's right.
And you've had school districts that have bought into it. So when you go to these school districts, what do they tell you? What are the school districts and the director of athletics telling you about this? Are they saying, no, we don't want it, or no, it doesn't work?
Well, we get some of that. We do get some of that, but it's pretty rare. Most are excited about the opportunity to check their kids. Coaches and superintendents, they're not just about education. They love those kids, and they're excited for the opportunity to provide this. $20, if we're not there to pay for it for free, parents can afford that. We're finding it's well received. We're screening about 30% of the state. Yet there are those districts that, for whatever reason, we just cannot convince, and that's why I need this law.
Have we had any districts where that's the case, where we've actually had an incident where there's been maybe an athlete that died as a result of not being screened? Or have you seen any of that, or that you've gone to that district and seen that yet?
I received a message this morning on the way over here that there was a young student in East Texas yesterday that passed away, that actually the school did screen, but that student did not get screened. I know of instances where school districts have not screened. The child's parents want that child screened, and they go to their doctor, and their doctor says, you don't need that, it's not necessary, and they insisted. And that student, the one I'm thinking of right now, that student is going to heart surgery. He's an 8th grader. He's a twin. One twin is fine. The other twin's got a hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So yes, there are instances where, Chairman, every student that's ever died on the field has had the history and physical. Every one of them. That system is not working. That's the same system I had in 1978. The stethoscope's a wonderful tool. It's 200 years old. We've got modern technology. The ECG machine is a small computer. It reads them. You get a cardiologist to overread them, and it works. Put my son's heart on the computer. It's not, we're not 200 years ago.
It's interesting. I saw the other day, I was just perusing, getting prepped for this hearing and everything like that. Did you know that they have technology now that on your phone you can actually, they give you a pad and you put your thumbs on it, and it actually reads on your phone, and then it sends it to your doctor, and it's FDA approved?
Yes, I do. It's pretty exciting.
So it's interesting when the people say that it doesn't work.
Well, ECGs at one time I think had a false positive rate in the 15% range. But when I started coming over here in 2013, it was House Bill 1319 or whatever, they were reading these ECGs to the Stanford criteria. And then they went to the Seattle criteria. And now they're in the international criteria. And every one of those criteria has been an advance in sports medicine. We're going to keep getting these advances. We're going to keep doing better and better and better. The secret is testing them. You've got to do that for it to work.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I appreciate everything that you're doing. We're going to get this done this time. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you. And the chair calls David Plyer. Mr. Plyer, will you state your name?
My name is David Plyler. I'm a retired public school teacher and an Air Force vet, and I'm testifying in my own behalf in support of House Bill 76. My daughter, Kristen, was an athlete in high school. She took a physical, the regular physical that all athletes take when she started her freshman year. She passed. She took the test again when she was a sophomore, and she passed, so she played basketball that year. In the summer of 1993, she collapsed on the basketball court. She was unconscious. She started to turn blue. By the time EMS arrived, she had converted and was conscious again. We took her to our family physician, and our family physician couldn't find anything wrong with her, but he just suggested maybe she should take an EKG. So at that time, he administered an EKG. He said, "There's a little problem here. I don't know what it is. You ought to take her to a cardiologist." We took her to a cardiologist. He gave her a stress test. He immediately took her off the stress test when she started to have rapid and irregular heart rate. She took an echocardiogram. The doctor diagnosed her with a serious heart defect. She survived. She was implanted with a pacer combination defibrillator when she was 17 years old. Happily, she's a 41-year-old woman, healthy, but she still has a defibrillator, and she'll have it for the rest of her life. I strongly support this bill, and I agree that the there should be a requirement rather than people can opt out of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Members, any questions for the witness?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Thomas DeBach. DeBach, will you please state your name and
Good afternoon.
the entity you're representing?
I'm Thomas DeBosch. I'm a cardiologist, medical director of the Cody Stevens Foundation.
Okay.
And you'll be receiving kind of a summary of my notes. We have been screening for over...
For or against the bill?
I'm sorry, we're for the bill.
Okay.
Thank you. We've been screening for a little over 15 years, and formerly we were the Cypress ECG Project, and who we play for. Now we have joined forces with the Cody Stevens Foundation. 125,000 plus students, and our findings have been about 2% of the ECGs we've done have been abnormal. The other 98% are cleared. Those 2% find about 0.1%, or 1 out of 900, serious problems. Other problems we found have been either surgically corrected, medically treated, or some other follow-up situation. You do have this information. Now, the 2 points I'd like to make. One is that it isn't that difficult to do. We did 125,000 as just a family-run, not-for-profit. Cost me some money. Nobody's really making anything on this, but it wasn't that hard to do. We did 125,000 at about $20 per student. Now, in the middle of this handout, there are 3 ways that we typically do our screenings. Our own district, Cypress Fairbanks, is very well organized, been at this all 15 years, and they each have ECG devices in their school, and they do each of the different sports as they come along. So they have a much reduced rate because nobody has to do anything. They own the machines, they do the work. Others, our whole organization comes in, does the screening in its entirety, and that costs a little bit more, but never has it been more than $20 per student. And we expect as the scale goes up from the current 25,000 per year to, who knows, it could be $500,000, that the cost per student will probably come down from scale. Our technology is excellent. It's very easy to use. The criteria Scott mentioned have been dialed in very expertly, and they work very well. Are there any questions?
Members, are there any questions for the witness?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I had a question real quick. I apologize.
Okay.
No, I just was curious if these tests need to be done every school year. So is it possible that some of these conditions can develop while a student is in school, or most of them congenital and are there from birth? Or does it vary?
It would probably depend on the school itself. It is done in a lot of schools just before each sport begins, right before basketball, right before, because it kind of spreads out the students throughout the school year. It can be done in smaller districts. Just we have a screening day. They do all the screenings in a single day, and they'll just do all the kids, every athlete on the same day, and maybe a makeup session. It really depends on whether they own the equipment, or if we've got to go to Midland or something like that with our crew to do it. It depends on model that works best for that school.
Yes, sir. So would you recommend that a student athlete gets tested at the beginning of every academic year?
Sorry. Yeah, in response to that question, probably not every year, but probably every couple of years. There is a tendency for some things to be not so obvious when they're a little younger, a little more suggestive when they're in the middle, and bam, diagnostic a couple of years later. So follow-up testing, especially in this age group, is important, I do.
Thank you for your work. It's an incredible organization.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank
Doctor,
you.
hold on, sir. Sir?
Doctor.
Pardon? Oh. Go ahead. I don't have a question.
No, I don't have a question.
Oh, no, I don't. No.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Sorry. Sorry.
No question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair calls Joe Martin. Mr. Martin, will you state your name, the entity you represent, and whether you're for or against, for, on, or against the bill?
My name is Joe Martin. I am here to testify for the bill. I'm the Executive Director of Texas High School Coaches Association, the largest coaches association in the United States. We have over 22,000 women and men that are members of ours, and I appreciate you allowing me to come speak to you today. Our members and I appreciate the tireless work that you guys do, that this committee does for children and educators across the state. And again, I'm here to testify for CSHB 76. A major focus of our organization has and continues to be safety for public school students who participate in athletic activities in Texas. Our association has worked closely over the years with the University Interscholastic League and other states and national organizations to make all student athletic activities safer through changes in rules and equipment requirements. In recent years, the THSCA has, in collaboration with UIL, addressed concussion awareness and prevention, particularly with better tackling techniques in football through a statewide mandatory coaches tackling certification. THSCA has also taken steps toward, through our professional development and coaching beyond the game initiatives to address prevention of dating violence, sexual assault, and the epidemic of fatherless homes. THSCA strongly believes that athletic participation supports academic achievement and that healthy, active, involved students make engaged, successful learners. The physical screening requirement for participation in UIL activities is a significant way to detect health issues for young women and men. CSHB 76 allows for districts and parents to further assist in early detection, possible health issues, and specifically heart-related issues that can have catastrophic results for students, families, and school communities. The electrocardiogram and the echocardiogram screening has been used by many districts in a successful and a non-intrusive way. During the hearing today, you're going to hear testimonies from two THSCA members who have insight and positive experiences with such screenings. Texas High School Coaches coaches are certified education professionals who do amazing work with students in small and large schools across Texas. We are not health professionals. We do understand the various perspectives that surround cardiac screening. However, we want to underscore several or a few important points. CSHB 76 allows for parents to opt into the screening. Parental involvement is always important consideration, and the opt-in format allows for that. The substituted bill also has a hardship provision for districts to explore cost. Cost is always an issue for districts and schools that are sparsely populated in the rural Texas. They will have some logistical challenges that schools in the metropolitan areas don't have. Texas High School Coaches Association mission statement is helping coaches to help kids, and the optional screening tool through CSHB 76 is in alignment with that mission statement. We would consider it a win for all public schools, and we thank you for providing this.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any questions for the witness?
I have one, Dr. Allen.
Dr. Huberty.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear. In past years, have you been on the bill before, against, or for? Where have you been?
We've been on.
Okay. So this is the first time that you've actually come to testify for this bill, and that's the work that you've done with Mr. Stevens and the other various stakeholders.
Yes.
And Coach, I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls. Okay.
Got a whole plan.
Okay. The call, chair calls Ray Cepeda. Mr. Cepeda, would you state your name, your entity that you represent, and whether or not you own for or against the measure?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Ray Cepeda. I'm the athletic director of the Cypress Fairbanks Independent School District. It is my honor to be here today representing our school district in support of House Bill 76. I'd like to take a short minute to really describe the program that we've had for a long number of years now and the results that we've had from this program. The Cypher ISD ECG program went district-wide in 2008. Dr. DeBosch, who you heard earlier, had donated ECG machines, interpretation, and free follow-up echocardiograms to our school district. Since 2008, we've been able to administer our program with help from the Cypress ECG program, our project, formed as a nonprofit in 2010 to take over the administrative functions of this program. And in 2018, the Cody Stevens Foundation merged with the Cypress ECG project and has been our lead partner with this project. To get directly to the details of our program, who is screened here in Cypress Fairbanks ISD, originally we started out just with our athletes, but quickly our community really demanded that we expand the program to our fine arts students. So we now are screening all high school athletes, band members, drill team members, and cheerleaders. Most CFISD schools screen these large numbers their first year of participation in high school. Our athletic trainers do the screening of our athletes, and our nurses actually perform the screening on our fine arts students. It is not a mandatory program in Cypress Fairbanks ISD. Parents can opt out of the program. It is not a prerequisite for participation. But as mentioned, we do try to administer the ECGs for our incoming high school athletes before we get too far beyond the start of the school year. And all concerned trainers and nurses do a tremendous job with that. As far as the scope of the program and the results, most recently over the last 6 years or so, we have arranged for over 4,200 ECGs a year in our school district. Over that same time period, we have averaged an abnormal ECG rate of about 4%, with an average of about 15 abnormal test results per campus. Since 2012, we have had 12 students that have been identified as high risk of sudden cardiac arrest. The majority of these students underwent cardiac surgery or ongoing cardiac care and returned to full participation in their programs. This included a student that ended up having a full heart transplant and returned to competition in a non-impact sport. Some students were restricted from further participation. I think all left with a better understanding of their situation and can make informed decisions regarding their medical and participation options. Overall, we feel like the program has been a success in Cypher ISD. We have tested thousands of students, we've saved several lives, and we've enjoyed many victories. The program is very much in line with our district philosophy of opportunity for all and taking care of our students. We are one of the first districts in the state to undertake a cardiac screening program of this magnitude, and it's something that we're proud of. We are fortunate to have medical partners and providers that have allowed us to do this in a way for our students that is cost-conscious, convenient, and of quality. And our entire community has benefited from this shared arrangement. In conclusion, I'd like to say that I was fortunate enough to have coached against Cody Stevens and have known Scott for quite a long time. I was a head coach in another district. I'm proud to be here today in support of their bill, and I applaud this committee for looking to options that will improve the health and safety of our students in the great state of Texas.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Drew Sanders. Mr. Sanders, would you state your name, your entity you represent, and whether you're on for or against the measure?
Yes, my name is Drew Sanders. I am for this bill, and I'm representing myself. I am a head football coach, athletic coordinator at a school called Vandergrift High School in Austin, Texas, so right up the road, 6A school. And we have actually seen the need for this for several years. We've been doing this kind of on our own. We don't have the district support. in a large, swath that Cy-Fair is doing right now. But we've done it just kind of on our own with our team doctor. He felt the need for that. And so 7 years ago, we started that screening. And at first, it was about $30 per child. And we worked with our doctor to try to find ways to get that down. And now he applied for a grant. This is my own team doctor did this, so I think this shows kind of the if you want to get creative and you want to find a way to do this for kids, you can. Yeah. And so the last 2 years it's been free for anybody that wanted to do it, and that's across whatever young people wanted to come to our Vandegrift physical. Of course, they can go to their own doctor, but this is the one just for our high school for really any sport that wanted to come. Since we've been doing this, we have a rate, they've been mentioning the percentage of us is about 2.5% according to our team doctor abnormality rate. But it has been, we've caught there's been one child that we think we saved his life. And so that one child matters a lot to that per individual and that family. And so I think it's very easily done, and I don't see any reason why anybody wouldn't do it. So anyway, that's why I'm here, and unless somebody has any questions, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Any questions, members, for the witness?
I do. I have one question.
Representative Huberty.
When you did the test on that and you told the parents about it and they realized it, what did the parents say?
I mean, just like you would think probably as a dad, is that very thankful to the doctors and thankful that we took the time to do that. In addition to that one, we've caught 11 in our 7 years that needed medication or things to make sure that they were safe and healthy.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Chair calls Keith Bryant. Mr. Bryant, will you state your name, the entity you represent, and whether you're on for or against the measure?
Madam Chair and members, my name is Keith Bryant. Excuse me, Keith Bryant, Superintendent of Lubbock Cooper ISD, testifying for the bill. Student safety, we talk a lot about that in this committee and across the state with superintendents, and this is one of those measures that deals with student safety in a different facet in terms of student health and well-being. 20 years ago, I served as a school administrator, a campus administrator at a high school, and although I did not have the same type of feelings that Mr. Stevens had, dealt with the situation of a phone call from our trainer telling me that we had a student collapse in our weight room, and after CPR was administered, the student did not survive. And over the last 20 years, I've thought long and hard about what we could have done differently to maybe help save that student's life. And I think a superintendent and school leaders all across the state, coaches, athletic directors and trainers, school nurses all think about those things. We have used the cardiac, the ECG screening the last 3 years at Lubbock Cooper. It's been very easy to administer, very easy to work with our community, our doctors, our parents. There are no issues with providing it. You go back always to the scenario of what if. What could I have done, and can I sleep at night knowing that I've done everything I can as a superintendent to make sure all of my students are taken care of? And in this instance, in extracurricular activities, this is one bill that provides some ability to meet the needs of parents and students. And so I wholeheartedly lend my support to your bill, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you carrying it.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you. Chair call Kyle Cooper. Mr. Cooper, would you state your name, the entity you represent, and whether you are for, on, or against the bill?
Yeah, my name is Kyle Cooper. I represent myself. I'm for House Bill 76. I'm the athletic director, head football coach at Gatesville ISD, Gatesville, Texas. Parents send their kids to us every day and expect us to protect them, to take care of them. And despite what they shout from the stands many times on Friday nights, they don't know everything. They need to be educated on some things. And this is one of those things that they don't fully know and understand. I'm also a parent. I have a son that'll be a 9th grader next year. He'll be screened in Gatesville, Texas this spring. And I'm appreciative of the Cody Stevens Foundation We have a local foundation, the Hannah Foundation, that comes along and has provided those screenings for 3 years. And there's a lot of logistics that go with this. This is not an easy thing to implement, but I tell you, we have the greatest governing body of high school extracurricular activities in the nation, I believe, is a UIL. We have the THSCA is the greatest coaching organization in the world. And I trust these guys to come alongside and work with Cody Stevens Foundation, Dr. Huberty, to make a bill that is will move forward and be a great thing for the state of Texas and for the young people of Texas.
Members, any questions for the witness? No, thank you. The chair calls Jaime Capolo. Mr. Capello, would you state your name, the entity you represent, and whether you are on for or against the measure?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Jaime Capello, former member of the Texas House, and I am here representing the Texas chapter of the American College of Cardiology, who are opposed to the bill. This is a long-standing issue, and Mr. Chairman and members, is obviously with the utmost respect to this committee and to the chairman, that the bottom line is that there is zero scientific evidence to suggest that EKG screenings actually detect the sudden cardiac arrest disease that these young athletes have. And these tests, these scientific studies have taken place now for the last 20, perhaps 30 years, and yet not a single one has been able to correlate any connection between EKG screenings and the sudden cardiac arrest syndrome. So it's hard for American College of Cardiology, as well as any other heart association or considered a scientific organization, to be supportive of this measure. The bill, as I understand it, currently is a bill that puts into statute what UIL is already doing, which is giving the information to the parents and allowing the parents to make that choice with regards to whether they want their child to have one of these screenings, as long with the history and physical examination. The resources that are being spent, oftentimes by school districts, also a choice of the school districts, fine choice for school districts to make, nonetheless, if they choose to, as are the nonprofit avenues as well. There are things that can be done to help until such a test exists that would actually figure out this or identify a student athlete, or a student, quite frankly, who has this particular condition. But defibrillators at every site where activity is occurring in a school setting would be extremely helpful in these situations, and could save lives of not only the student athletes, but actually participants or audience members who are there as well. Have no further testimony.
Members,
Any questions?
Any questions for the witness?
I do.
Representative Huberty.
Thank you. You and I have talked about this, so we've heard testimony from, obviously the athletic association, the coaches association. You've heard testimony from cardiologists. You've heard testimony from other athletic directors. And I know you've visited with Mr. Stevens, and you and I have visited, and we've talked with TMA, and we've spent time, going through this. What is the opposition, in your view, of this is an opt-in? We and by the way, I know that you worked with my staff, and we've made a lot of changes that you've asked, and you still cannot be supportive of this measure. I'm just confused as to what it is, and I'm going to let you answer it with this one more question, which
Sure.
is this. You said schools choose how to spend money. That's right. And this is not a mandate. This is an opt-in provision. But we build $80 million football stadiums, water parks, we buy golf courses. They spend a lot of money on athletics. And all I'm asking to be done is to make sure that the people that play within those athletic arenas are tested to be there. And then the final question would be, if it saved one life, isn't it worth it? So those are three different questions, and I'm sorry,
Yes.
Jaime, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but
That's okay. Choice, and you're going to have to remind me of some of these questions. So choice for sure. Obviously, school districts choose to do things for their students that are beyond the requirements that TEA and yourselves as legislators set for those schools. And by all means, certainly don't want to get in the way of that, and we certainly have never advocated for such. There are definitely choices to be made by the parents as well, and your bill allows for those parents to make those choices. The current UIL system also allows for that same choice. They're provided the information, they can make that choice. During the having met with you and your staff, the Texas chapter of the American College of Cardiology, when one of our members started having meetings directly with you and Mr. Stevens, it was not part of the Texas chapter of the American College of Cardiology. And he was doing it because, well, he also serves on the UIL, one of the committees, I'm not sure which one. And so he had a vested interest. He also testified last session and was fairly upset when he left here. So he was motivated to try to find something that he felt good about and could honestly say, and I'm kind of surprised he's not here, honestly be supportive of your bill, Mr. Chairman. The leadership of the Texas chapter of the American College of Cardiology, however, still could not get past the lack of scientific evidence. Because even since last session, other studies have been done in America as well as other parts of the world that have also come up with the same findings, is that there is no correlation, that the EKG does not find this particular condition in that student athlete, or adult athlete for that matter. And so without that scientific evidence, the ACC is extremely hesitant to imply in statute that I shouldn't say mandatory, that the screening, the EKG screening, is somehow going to identify sudden cardiac arrest syndrome, and in doing so lead the public to believe, and school board members who are going to make monetary decisions perhaps, that there is a tie to it. And in doing so may mislead a parent or a school board, school district to believe that if this screening was negative, well, then the kid's fine and nothing's going to happen. And then something bad happens, and I did notice there's some liability language in there, but that's exactly the concern, is no scientific evidence, potential false belief that kid's fine, even though the kid may be showing some symptoms that would suggest go see the doctor. Those are issues, and I don't know if I caught all your questions.
Well, the spending of money, I mean, we're spending money in different ways, but I think you, yeah.
And I think that's, and I think you might have mentioned it in one of the discussions, that we're now up to 30 or 40% of school districts that are doing some type of screening.
Mr. Stevens did.
Is that about right? So 30%. So, and quite honestly, if I may, that is because of Mr. Stevens' efforts, and there's a few other nonprofits, Championship Hearts here in Austin, and August in San Antonio that I'm aware of, and I'm sure there's others, plus your efforts, Mr. Chairman, that have raised that awareness and increased that number of screenings across the state. The I guess I should stop there.
Yeah, Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative King.
Or my Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I forgot who had the hammer. So
She'll remind you later.
So I guess my question is, your testimony is that the EKG will not predict sudden cardiac arrest syndrome.
Correct.
Does it predict anything? Will it detect any kind of heart condition, any kind of blip, a murmur, anything?
Yes.
Okay. What do you know what that is?
I do not. I'm not
But
a practicing cardiologist.
any of these heart conditions that it can detect, even if it's not in sudden cardiac arrest syndrome, isn't that worthwhile detecting? And you know, a lot of these.
Not saying that it's not.
Okay. Well, I'm just
definitely not saying
I'm
it's
just
not.
really confused on how this association you represent could continually be against this. We've been hearing this bill now for 2 sessions for sure, and I've
Is it
been
5 now?
5 since I've been here anyway. We've and I'm certainly in support of it, as the chairman knows. But I mean, you know, I go through this on other issues when the argument is a test isn't 100%, but I know of no test that is, for any kind of medical for early detection. So I just the argument's been the same since I've been here, and I appreciate your testimony, appreciate you working with the chairman, but it just frankly isn't much of an argument.
Well, and if I may respond, so if you're going to say, let's screen to find out whatever it is we find out, one of the flaws in the approach is it's not just student athletes that have potential cardiac issues. You need to screen the whole student body. And quite frankly, that's one of the issues too. Now, you also have a problem is that, you know, we've talked about this before in previous sessions. The state of Minnesota has a lower sudden cardiac arrest situation than any other state, but also lower than Italy, which does mandate cardiac screening. And so they've done it through a more intense history and physical exam and making sure that the folks who are doing the history and physical are catching anything and everything, including family history, and making sure that that particular student gets to the next referral of a pediatric cardiologist for further examination and potentially screenings to find out if there's anything out there, not just EKG, but other stuff as well. So I guess it goes back to the original part of the argument. If you're going to say that we're going to do this because we're going to stop another athlete from dying on the field, the reality is this test doesn't find that to help you accomplish the goal. And so when you tie the two together, it's not something that, with any kind of scientific evidence behind it, that the American College of Cardiology can stand behind.
Okay. Well,
that's really what it boils down to.
I've heard that. One thing I think I heard you say though is if we can't, and I'm paraphrasing you, but if we can't screen everybody, we shouldn't screen anybody.
I did not say that.
Well, that's the way it
but I know
across
where.
to me.
But no,
because if we're not going to, you said if we're not going to screen the entire student body.
It begs. I mean, if I'm going to debate you on this point, it'd be to say that why wouldn't you? If you think that you're going to do cardiac screening in order to catch every potential cardiac issue with a child. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of other things you can do also to catch any kind of neurological issues.
Sure.
I mean,
and you know,
but then you get into the point where the school has now become the healthcare center for the student instead of the doctor, and
it could could grow to that. But you know, once again, to say, well, if you can't screen everybody, then nobody should be screened. I mean, it's the students that are at higher risk.
Still choice.
It is
absolutely
choice.
School district wise, parent wise,
and I believe this bill, while it does put it in statute,
it does.
Does it Is it a 100% mandate they have to do it? No choice.
No, absolutely not. And to
Okay,
the chairman.
So it's still choice.
It is still choice. But it's also unusual for us, especially as I recall my time in your position, is to put into statute things that were already being done. And at 30% rate now, we're actually moving at a pretty fast clip. And in doing so, school districts and parents and folks like Mr. Stevens are putting forth the effort and the resources and the time to make that happen in parts of this state. Now, you know that there are obviously school districts that may not be able to afford to. There are also parents that may not be able to afford the follow-up care for a false positive, et cetera. So you have other issues in play as well. And it's unfortunate there isn't a test that actually figures out which child may have this type of heart condition. If there was, you know, the cardiologist, it's all about saving people's lives and trying to figure out the best way to do so. And if there was a test, they'd be the first ones up here mandating that every child at whatever particular age they needed to should have this screening to figure it out. We just haven't found that test yet. It hasn't been developed. And that's the bottom line.
Representative Huberty.
Let me just follow up two quick points, and then I'll be done.
I'm starting to enjoy this.
No, that's okay.
Please don't stop for me.
I don't know if you're going to enjoy this part, but so we try to work with TMA, and I talked to my staff last night, and I saw the new bill and companion and everything else. And there was a lot of information that was put into that bill that TMA was on. TMA has blocked this bill over the years. We both know that. Let's call it what it is. We know exactly who was stopping it from getting out of calendars and things of that nature. But we worked with them under the premise that with opt-in and everything else, and so and I know maybe you don't represent TMA per se here at this particular hearing, but part of the cardiologist groups and things of that nature. But when we work in good faith like that as chairman or as members of our committees and as bill authors and things of that nature, and they still come back and say, we're not going to support you, why should I work with them then? Why shouldn't I just push ahead? Because I think I could get this done. I mean, what I've been very clear on, this is the only bill that's going to get passed out, and until it gets to the floor, there's nothing else that's coming out of this committee.
And I recall your words.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're going to get it done. So but I want you to know that we have worked in good faith with TMA. We've had them into the office. We've put language into the bill, and they're still not for it. So I lay that out. So here's my second point. About a month ago, 2 months ago, I had to have follow-up to see my cardiologist, and it took 2 months for me to be able to get in to see my doctor. And unfortunately, I had to miss the appointment because of the legislative session, so I had to schedule a follow-up visit for my doctor. And unfortunately, because the heart doctors are so busy, I couldn't see an actual cardiologist. I had to see a PA, which I went and did, and that was fine. And do you know what test that they gave me?
I do not.
They gave me an EKG. And I asked them, I said, well, why do you give an EKG? And they said, well, we do it every year. I said, well, why do you do it every year? They said, well, we want to see if there's any differences and abnormalities. And I said, oh, okay. So I did the EKG, and fortunately, I do have a heart. They did find my heart. And so, but they did that because they wanted to see how did it compare to last year? Was there any differences or things of that nature? And everything seemed to be fine. But I didn't get a chance to see the doctor, but I asked the PA. I said, is this standard protocol and standard practice? She says, for every patient. I said, okay. So I leave you with that. If it's standard practice and procedures for me to go and get screened to see where I'm at with my tests on an annualized basis, why shouldn't we at least give the benefit to our student athletes, at least give them the option to be able to do it?
And I'm going to make a presumption because I don't know your medical history.
Yeah.
I assume you do have some type of medical history that you see a cardiologist, and therefore
I'm 50. That's why.
And that could be it too. That
so,
it
he
is
said, my doctor said you need to go see a cardiologist because you're getting old. So I want you to go.
And that may be the case, and that is based on a history, physical, examination of some sort, that they believe that it's time for you to get one on an annual basis. I, for one, have always known you've had a heart, by the way, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Appreciate that.
I've seen you in action and fighting for things for folks in the education system, so I have no doubt. I'm not sure what happened between you and TMA. I do not represent TMA, never have. Represent specialty groups mostly, in particular cardiologists. And I believe there were some other societies also that have gone neutral as well, who are typically here opposing as well. And I think because of the cardiologists that I represent, because in fact, one of our doctors is gearing up and looking for the funds right now to do a Texas study on this particular situation, and large enough for it to be peer reviewed and have a control group as well as an active group of students, such as, like, I want to say Cypress Fair said, both student athletes and the fine arts group of folks, students as well, in order to have something that further advances this situation with regards to sudden cardiac syndrome in Texas in particular. But we're still here trying to work with you. I know it doesn't seem like it because we're here in opposition, but I think until scientific evidence demonstrates that there's a connection between the two that can actually help discover this, it's hard for them to endorse this or support this bill at this time. And I assure you, I wish I could say something other than that, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Chair calls Jamie Harrison. Ms. Harrison, state your name, the entity that you're representing, and whether you're on for or against the measure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jamie Harrison. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the University Interscholastic League. I'm here on the bill, simply serving as a resource for the members and any questions you may have.
I have a question.
Representative Huberty.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Harrison. We're talking about this issue for a long time, and is it true you had your doctor who works with the UIL into the office to visit with us, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did we land with him? What was the result of that with the conversations that you had with Mr. Stevens?
Involving UIL medical
Yes, sir.
folks, Mr. Stevens, and a variety of stakeholders, as you described. Following the chairman's leadership, I think it's what led to this substitute, which shows great vision on behalf of the chairman, and a change from the full mandatory, everybody's getting an EKG, to this, which provides parents the option to opt in to the EKG program as a part of the pre-participation physical, or in addition to the pre-participation physical. Dr. Arnie Fenrick, who serves on the UIL Medical Advisory Committee, pediatric cardiologist and pediatric electrophysiologist, was heavily involved in making suggestions for the substitute.
And wasn't it true that he said in my office, if we work with him and do these changes, that he could see himself being, while UIL is not able to be supportive of, based on your status as a state agency, but isn't it true that he said as a professional that, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we went through these changes and go through that, he would get comfortable with that and be supportive of that as we went forward? And I know he had that conversation with Mr. Stevens. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That is accurate. I believe Dr. Fenrick was booked in the cath lab today and was
Sure.
not able to get out of it.
No, we understand. But he is a cardiologist, right?
Pediatric cardiologist and pediatric electrophysiologist.
And so he's the one that helped us craft the legislation correctly, that it was comfortable, so that now we've heard from coaches associations that hadn't been supportive before are now supportive, et cetera, et cetera. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I really want to say thank you to the chairman for providing an opportunity for all of those stakeholder groups to have a say in the substitute.
Are there any other questions for the
Madam
witness? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I had a question about data being collected on some of these fatalities of student athletes. The previous speaker kind of made a narrow argument about sudden cardiac arrest syndrome, and I'm not a medical professional, but I'm trying to figure out, are are some of our students dying from other irregularities like an enlarged heart that maybe is not related to that particular syndrome that he was speaking about?
Sadly, we have students who suffer catastrophic events for a number of reasons. Many times they are cardiac related, but not always. Sometimes they are related to other types of defects or accidents, head injuries, that sort of thing involved in our activities. Specific to collecting data on them, UIL has been collecting that data as informally, or as formally as we could in an informal way up until the coming school year. And in the coming school year, we're actually starting to collect data in two different ways. This all comes through the UIL Medical Advisory Committee. They recommended that to us. Those are medical professionals who do just what their name would imply. They advise us in the area of health and safety. One is any catastrophic injury. That's as defined by the NCSSI, or National Center for Catastrophic Injury, Sports Injury, something like that. They have a national definition for catastrophic injury, so anything that happens that meets that definition will be reported to us in a standardized way from the school. In addition, specifically related to cardiac issues, we now will have any time an AED is utilized in conjunction with a UIL event, and that's not necessarily on a student participant. That could be on a grandmother in the stands or a uncle or whoever. If it's at a UIL event of any kind, practice or a competition, and the AED is used, there's a form that will be filled out providing that type of data to our Medical Advisory Committee as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 76? Hearing none. At this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 76. The chair recognizes Representative Huberty to close.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I'd like to thank all the witnesses that came in from out of town and from a variety of places all over the state. I'd particularly like to thank your indulgence with this bill for mine. This is a very personal issue for me, and it should be for all of us. It should be for everybody that's served in the legislature. You know, Dr. Allen's been on this committee and Representative King's been on this committee where we've actually voted it. I'm not going to do that today because Amy told me not to, because we want to make sure we get it right, Scott, so that it's done correctly and we don't have any problems with the bill. So we're going to make sure that it's done correctly as we go forward. But this is an important thing, and I don't think people really recognize how important this is. And it's disappointing, obviously, that we tried to be collaborative and get everybody to do that. But I've been around this process long enough to know that sometimes people don't like your bills, and that's okay. And so that doesn't hurt my feelings. I think we're going to get everybody to vote for it, and I hope we do at least, and we'll get this moving and continue with the dialogue. And Scott, I personally want to thank you for your friendship and helping us get this done correctly. And as we say, go big or go home. We'll get it done. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Leave it pending. Yeah, leave it pending.
The House Bill 76 will be left pending.
Go ahead and let her do it. As well.
You care which one?
They were here first.
Yeah. She has got two of them. So I don't know which one.
The chair lays out House Bill 198 and recognizes Representative Thierry to explain the measure.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. I thank you all for having me today, and it is my privilege and my pleasure to be able to lay out House Bill 198 for you today. So by way of background and introduction, in the 76th legislative session, the text ledge empowered schools to establish school-based health centers, often called SBHCs by acronym, to develop cooperative healthcare programs for students and their families. Most of these centers are currently located in permanent facilities on school campuses, making them easily accessible to those in need. Under our current statute, school-based health centers are authorized to provide conventional health services including but not limited to things like physical exams needed for sports, dental health care, and just overall health education. So we all know anecdotally and actually just from personal experience over the past decade, there has been a drastic increase in childhood depression, online bullying, probably due to the prevalence of social media, and school violence. Sadly, the suicide rate among school-age children has soared in recent years, and many experts have opined that a lack of mental health education and services is inextricably related to these trends. The Department of Health and Human Services reports that 1 in 5 children experience a mental health problem during their school years. This may include stress, anxiety, depression, and other issues. However, and here's the most important takeaway of this, over 60% of students do not receive the treatment that they need, and they feel this is most likely due to stigma and lack of resources. Members, I would submit to you that as advocates for our constituents, I believe and I hope you agree that it's our responsibility to do something to counter these disturbing trends by ensuring that Texas children are provided with timely resources and services that aid and support their well-being, which, as we know, a positive mental state of mind is fundamental to overall wellness. This bill, HB 198, permissively adds mental health services to the continuum of services delivered by school-based health centers. Providing mental health services in schools will connect students with resources and services that they may not otherwise have access. Earlier this month, a few weeks ago during the State of the State, our Governor Abbott, prudently noted that we must work towards improving the safety of our schools, and improving mental health is a critical component of a comprehensive solution. Additionally, a recent study published in the American Psychologist Journal stated that, I'll quote, schools are well-placed settings for improving mental health literacy because of the high-risk age groups that they serve and due to their educational, as in result of their educational mission. The second component of the bill has to do with the advisory councils. So I'll just give a little short briefer on that. Under current statute, Section 38.058 of the Texas Education Code, healthcare advisory councils they were created to make recommendations to local school districts and provide feedback on how health services are implemented at school-based health centers. And they ensure that local community interests are reflected in the provision of the services of each center. Currently, the statute lists the composition of the council to include teachers, parents, students can actually be included on the council, clergy, law enforcement, and business community leaders, to name a few. The second component of HB 98 would simply add a licensed mental health service provider to the current list of members on the health advisory councils. So simply put, this would ensure that a mental health subject matter expert is included in these conversations. Lastly, HB 198 would allow our school districts to be eligible for future federal and state grants designated for the provision of mental health services at the school-based health centers. We believe this will incentivize vendors to support the centers and help provide affordable services to our school districts. The bill will also ensure that a review of the efficacy of mental health services delivered would be included in the future reports from school-based health centers. They already send this to the legislature on a biannual basis, so it just continues that legislative oversight for us and ensures that the legislature can monitor and support the progress once the services are introduced. So members, we always love this, great news. Per the Legislative Budget Board's review of this bill, there is no fiscal note on the implication of the bill. And I believe we have a few witnesses who are here to speak on the bill. So I will yield at this time and reserve my right to close, Madam Chair.
Members, any questions for Representative Thierry? Representative King?
Yes.
Representative, thanks, Madam Chair. Representative Thierry, my only question is because, the lack of mental health professionals in our classrooms is part of the Texas School Finance Commission findings, and I'm in support. But I wonder where your bill calls for that in some of the areas I represent, if there's just not one available, what do we do?
So thank you, Representative King. So the designation of the mental health service provider is not for the classroom. It's only on the council. Okay, it's not in the school-based center. So let me clarify that. And it's not in the actual school setting. It's only within that community for the council. So they
and once again, there's not one in the community.
If they don't have,
they not one.
Well, perhaps we could maybe amend it to say if available. I
just worry about putting something in statute that's not feasible. And then when I looked and saw there is no fiscal note, so it's obviously not a paid position, which is good. And we need to work collaboratively to find all the mental health solutions we possibly can. I like your bill. I do have communities where there just flat isn't one. So.
Thank you, Representative. I believe that, the council, as you stated, all the positions are voluntary, just like many of the task force that we are aware of. People want to be on these councils, so they don't feel it burdensome. You'll probably hear from some folks today who would love to serve and be a part of them so they can provide the expertise that they have. So, for example, our law enforcement, like I said, our clergy, business leaders, they serve on these councils. Typically in the establishment of the center, when they create it to provide recommendations to the schools. To address your first part of the question, and I can only speak from what I've read and the people I've spoken to, they want to be a part of these councils without pay. They're not worried about that. Now, the second part, I would imagine perhaps we could, maybe I can tweak this if maybe there needs to be something to be changed. I'm not quite sure, but maybe these counselors could serve on multiple councils where they can attend the meeting.
And I have a couple ideas. I'd love to work with you on it. Like I say, I'm not against your bill. I just worry about statute that's good for one area, but is not feasible in others. But maybe a couple little changes can make it that way.
Yes, and I took for example, took into account the more rural districts, and that was one of the impetus for the bill, is the fact that these school-based health centers in some of the smaller areas, particularly rural, it's the only resource the kids have to be able to go and get the services. So to your point, so that addresses the first part of providing the service. Now, to your point about whether a mental, and let me ask you this, Representative, is the term licensed mental health service provider, is that broad enough, do you believe, to include someone that might be available in a small community? Is it because they're licensed? You're saying there would be no licensed provider whatsoever?
That's correct. It could be. And, but the solution could be allowing for maybe a licensed professional who is at the ESC to serve on multiple councils throughout through different school districts. That could be a solution. But I'll work with you on it. I don't want to take up too much time with it. That was just my concern.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Now we will begin our testimony on House Bill 198. Chair calls Alicia Shahur. Help me when you get here. Okay. If you state your name, since I botched it, and the entity you represent, and whether you are for, on, or against the measure.
My name is Alyssa Shagru. I'm with NAMI, Texas, and I'm in support of the bill.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm the policy coordinator. I don't know if time's starting yet. Okay. I'm here to voice support for the bill because of its role in destigmatizing mental health disorders for young people and integrating mental health services into primary care settings that are accessible to students and families. First, allowing mental health providers to operate within school-based health centers will increase access to mental health care for students. Texas has about the same percentage of children with various mental health disorders, including depression or a severe emotional disturbance, as any other state. However, Texas has the highest rate nationally of children who've experienced at least one major depressive episode in the past year and have not received treatment, with about 70% of these children not receiving treatment. Schools are settings that have the most contact with children at risk of having mental health issues and are the most accessible for receiving health services. The vast majority of students who receive mental health services nationwide receive them in the school setting, and disparities in access across race and income are less prominent in school-based care because of this increased access. Second, this bill includes mental health education in addition to health education. This is critical because students and their families often don't learn about mental health until a serious issue has already emerged. Mental health education for students and families is critical to successful recovery because it's been proven to increase parental and youth satisfaction with mental health treatment, increase attendance in treatment programming, and increase adherence to treatment plans and reduce stigmatizing and negative beliefs around mental health disorders. Finally, this bill encourages and provides permission for school-based health centers to provide integrated mental health services and destigmatize mental health treatment for students. Healthcare has started moving to an integrated care model in which multidisciplinary teams of different medical, health, and mental health professionals work together to meet the full needs of the individual receiving care. These models have been proven to be effective in treating mental health issues in the settings where individuals are already receiving care, thus normalizing the experience of engaging in treatment. Basically, if we put mental health services where students are receiving other services, it sends the message that the brain is part of the body. The future of mental health treatment is not siloed from other forms of healthcare, and we need to embrace strategies that help schools recognize this and get students to manage their mental health as part of their overall health. This bill would be a great start in encouraging schools to offer mental health services. Thank you, and I realized I forgot to pass this out.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness?
Madam Chair. Thank you. This may be a better question for Representative Thierry, but since you're a policy analyst, under the Healthcare Advisory Council section, districts are mandated if they're going to have a council, they have to have law enforcement on that council. Do you have any insight on why law enforcement is included in these councils and if they should be? It's okay if it's...
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that piece, and I wouldn't really want to weigh on it either
That's
way.
I'll save it for
so
the
I can leave it for Representative Thierry. I would see them as part of that school community, considering their involvement in schools, but I can't really speak to that intent.
Thank you for your insight, though.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Josetta Saxton. Ms. Saxton, will you state your name, the entity you're representing, and whether or not you are for, on, or against the measure?
Yes, thank you. I am Josette Saxton with Texans Care for Children. We are a nonprofit policy organization that works on children's issues, and I focus on mental health issues. I am very much in support of the bill, recognizing that not only is it an opportunity, as others have mentioned, to address mental health concerns in kids, but also really it's to help kids learn. There are so many kids that are struggling with things like stress, anxiety, relationship problems, that they might not make the level of a diagnosis and need intensive treatment, but it will interfere with their learning and their behavior in schools. So that is why so many schools are already going ahead and doing this, and they are providing some types of supports within their schools through school-based health clinics, like what the bill is addressing here, is a way to do it. It's interesting in trying to look or pulling up the data about how many school-based health clinics there are in the state. We don't really have a good number. There's only 3 of them, I think, that are funded by the state. And all of those are providing some form of mental health services already. So it's not like this is something new. I think what this is an opportunity to do is to actually have the legislature acknowledge and assert that mental health is just as important to learning and behavior as physical health. And And then in doing so, it would allow, I think, other schools to realize that this is an option based on their own need. Because again, I think like Representative King was saying, different communities are going to look different and their solutions are going to look different. And so I think that's why it's important for schools and communities to have an idea of what resources are available. I think this bill will help raise the visibility that this is an option that a school can include. And again, I just wanted to sort of highlight that this isn't just about treating kids, even though this is a great way to treat kids that might not have the ability to access services elsewhere. This is something that helps kids learn. And that's why so many schools in the state are already addressing student social emotional wellness. It's because, not because they're looking to be mental health treatment providers, but they want to help kids learn and do well in the classroom. And this is a good strategy to help them do that. Thank you.
Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you. The chair calls Laura Rifkin. Ms. Rifkin, would you state your name, the entity you represent, and whether or not you're on for or against the measure?
Sure. Hi, I'm Laura Rifkin. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm the Assistant Director of School-Based Services with Vita Clinic. I'm testifying in favor of HB 198 on behalf of Vita Clinic. Vita Clinic specializes in school mental health, and we have 27 school-embedded clinics across Austin. HB 198 would help provide grant funds to programs like ours across Texas. We focus solely on the mental health care of students and the adults in their lives, providing quality clinical treatment and ongoing intensive services. We're open year-round to ensure for continuity of care. Providing mental health services in schools allows for support and treatment in real time, early detection and intervention, and the opportunity to destigmatize mental health treatment. To give you an example of our work, a 15-year-old was referred to me by his school counselor after he got into trouble at school and disciplinary measures had been taken. I met with him and his mother during the holiday break over the winter for a comprehensive diagnostic intake session so that services were in place when he returned to school. His mom was raising 2 sons on her own and working full-time at a job that made it difficult for her to take time off for services in a community setting. I saw this young man for individual therapy for 2 years. We worked on issues related to early family trauma and symptoms of depression. He also participated in group counseling, where he thrived and became a leader among his peers. He, his mother, and his younger brother participated in family therapy to improve connection and communication at home. And when his younger brother started at the high school in 9th grade, their mother referred him to services with us as well. I worked closely with the school counselor to track both academic and therapeutic progress. And I'm happy to report that this young man graduated from high school and started college. He self-reported significant improvements in emotional health and mental well-being, as well as a healthy cautiousness and awareness of his actions. And importantly, his mother says that communication and behavior within the family home has improved. Our services help to reduce problems like aggressive offenses and poor academic performance by addressing issues such as depression, trauma, and anxiety. We see positive outcomes such as improvements in emotional symptoms, healthier relationships, and increased coping strategies. And in your backup materials, I provided some Vita Clinic research that demonstrates the importance of school-based mental health services and the resulting benefits on mental health symptoms, academics, attendance, and behavior. And thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
Audrey Young. Audrey Young, Director of Student Support Services, Nacogdoches ISD and SELF, testifying for the bill. Nacogdoches. Oh, yeah.
Good. Hi, I'm Audrey Young. I am the Director of Student Support Services for Nacogdoches ISD. I'm also a proud constituent of District 57 Trent Ashby, as I represent, I am the immediate past president on Apple Springs ISD School Board. So I sit in 2 capacities, in education and public education. But I want to support this bill because I believe mental health services are a necessity as public education moves forward in educating a generation of students with one of the largest amounts of diagnosed mental illness than any other generation before them. Licensed professional counselors as well as licensed specialists in school psychology are an integral part of maintaining the fluidity of the educational process. Their expertise and ability to orient teachers and staff to emotional and unique needs is imperative to creating an environment inclusive of all students on the learning spectrum. Providing students with a safe atmosphere to learn and to grow is critical. Additionally, providing the opportunity for unimpeded attendance, improved health and mental stability of students will, without a doubt, improve our student income. So please support House Bill 198.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Sheila Hempel, Texas Right to Know, testifying for the bill. You were registered twice. You had one of 4 and you had one of neutral. What are you?
I'll go with neutral.
Okay. Do we have your permission to change this from 4 to neutral? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee. My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know. I attended the hearings this summer, the emergency hearings regarding the school shootings, and listened to the called testimonies. I was particularly disturbed that there was very little discussion talking about the use of prescription medications, which was a common thread in all the school shootings. It just really wasn't mentioned very much. I'm here today to support the language in this bill regarding the need for identifying the relationship between physical and mental health. I think we're going to look back on how we've approached mental health and see it archaic in a few years because we are not looking at physical root causes that are known to exhibit mental health dysfunction. One in particular is called PANDAS, pediatric autoimmune neuropsychosis associated with strep. It is a strep infection that causes inflammation in the brain that exhibits as obsessive compulsive, where the children don't want to eat, they don't want to wear clothes, they walk out in the middle of the night. My friend had this happen to her son, and she has since made 20 recommendations to the physician, the very few physicians I might add, who are able to identify this physical root cause. There are many root causes, and I would direct your attention to this handwriting here. I'm an advocate for functional medicine that says what's not functioning or you wouldn't be having these diagnoses. This is an example of a typical 12-year-old little boy, typical of 1 in 6 children on some mood or behavior medication. On the left is the standard of care outcome on 7 meds. This child, once he got to a functional doctor to identify that the child was gluten intolerant, had food allergies, fungus lead, and nutritional deficiencies. Once those physical root causes were resolved, the handwriting is on the right in as little as 2 months. So I would urge that the part of this, Representative Thierry, possibly have some sort of link available to each school that talks about different physical root causes that could manifest as psychiatric dysfunction, so that we're not just continuing to treat symptoms, but we're identifying root causes.
Two quick question. You are testifying on House Bill 198?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's the bill that you're here testifying for.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I kind of blended them there, didn't I? I'll be back for 204.
Well, wait, hold on. I want to make sure we're very clear on
Yes,
this.
sir.
So you're testifying on House Bill 198?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you. All right. All right. Shannon Hoffman, testifying with the Policy Fellow with the Hogg Foundation, testifying neutrally on the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Hoffman, and I'm the Policy Fellow with the Hogg Foundation for Mental Health, and I am testifying on HB 198. For some kids, schools often serve as the first point of intervention when a child needs mental health services or supports, because such a large part of their day is in an academic setting. As much as 15% of all lifetime cases of mental illness are apparent by age 14, and without early intervention, child and adolescent disorders frequently continue into adulthood. We also have recent data showing that 1 in 8 Texas high school students have attempted suicide, and that was just within the last year. School-based health centers support the school environment and academic achievement by helping kids stay in school while identifying and addressing problems that may impact the learning process, like their mental health. Children who receive effective, age-appropriate mental health services are more likely to have positive long-term outcomes like graduation rates and having fewer contacts with law enforcement. We know that students who are socially, emotionally, and mentally well are able to better engage in their learning. Providing school-based health care for children and adolescents is a potential solution toward achieving health equity among students experiencing disparities in outcomes, potentially because of things like family income, whether or not they're insured, maybe they have a single parent working multiple jobs, or they don't have access to transportation to get to services and care. When care is accessed in school, students benefit because they don't have to miss school or try and find a provider, which also the schools benefit because the kids are in the classroom more. Parents benefit because they don't have to take a day off work, and employers benefit because parents don't have to miss that day of work. Placing critically needed services directly in schools so that all students have equal opportunity to access care should be inclusive of mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions? All right, thank you. Will Francis, National Association of Social Workers, Texas chapter, testifying for the bill. How are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Will Francis. I am the Government Relations Director for NASW Texas, and I'm here to testify for the bill. School-based health centers provide preventative and primary care to children in or near school. They offer vital resources to kids, but I'll quote John Schlitt, president of the School-Based Health Alliance, to say exactly what they're not. It's not the school nurse's office, as critical as they are to student wellness. It's not a community health center on school property. It's not an urgent care or retail clinic. Again, these play critical roles in the health neighborhood, but they don't hit the mark in portraying the model's uniqueness. Rather, a school-based health center operates on a few guiding principles. Children and adolescents in school are the primary focus of the center. Integration into the school is primary. Outcomes and processes are aligned with the goals of the school. The centers work directly with kids and their families. They are accessible, confidential, culturally sensitive, and developmentally appropriate. The centers focus on the school community as well as individual students. They work to make the environment and climate better for everyone in the school. Representative Thierry's bill adds mental health services explicitly to the broad array of supports that are there for children. It's a smart step in defining the ways SBHCs engage with kids and their families, and NASW enthusiastically urges the passage of HB 198. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate you being here. Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Columbia Wilson testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Is Columbia here? Saw her earlier. Columbia Wilson, going once, twice. All right, we'll show Columbia Wilson not testifying but for the bill. Lee Spiller, Executive Director, Citizens Commission on Human Rights, testifying against the bill.
Thank you. My name is Lee Spiller. I'm with the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, Texas, testifying against HB 198. It's not clear why this legislation is needed. Austin Independent School District already has mental health services on campus. Manor ISD is partnered with People's Community Clinic and Travis County Integral Care to provide health and mental health services. One of our concerns is that there's no prohibition on who the school partners with. For the past several years, we've been dealing with cases of children and adults who voluntarily sought services, including outpatient services, only to be held against their will. And in some cases, it started at school. In the early 1990s, there were cases of private psychiatric hospitals entering into relationships with school counselors and others to get admissions, and children were hurt. While it's not in the language of the bill, one of the main proponents of the integrated mental health clinics in schools has specifically recommended universal mental health screening in those clinics, and did so way before the hurricane and way before the school shootings. This is not new. This is something we oppose. The Education Code and the Family Code provide a number of protections, and there are some parental consent protections in the statutes on school-based health clinics. We don't believe that there's a way to adequately inform parents of what can happen if you have a positive mental health screening or if your kid makes some offhand comment that concerns people, you can end up with somebody being hauled off to a psychiatric hospital. In fact, in Florida, in the most recent reporting year, there were over 32,000 warrantless detentions of children in that state, and about a fifth of those were initiated at school. We already have a system of identifying kids with disabling conditions. It's part of our special ed laws. It's called Child Find. And we actually have an affirmative duty to do that, but it also comes with parental rights protections and more of a collaborative process. And we don't understand quite where the school health clinics fit into that. Are they a clinic or are they school? If y'all do decide y'all want to move this forward, we would really, really like to work with the author to make sure that there are adequate.
She's sitting right there.
Absolutely. Adequate rights protections. And that's great.
Excuse me. Questions? So I guess I'm trying to figure out why you're opposed. So if I'm looking at the statute as it stands today, she's adding things to 38058, right? And to provide health care services, including mental health services and mental health education, and then they're adding one more group of people that are already included. We have teachers, school administrators, licensed healthcare professionals, the clergy, law enforcement, business community, senior citizens, and students, and adding licensed mental health service providers. So are you opposed to that?
I could go either way on that section. I think we're worried about who schools partner with in these clinics, right? I don't see schools running clinics. I see some outside provider coming in.
Okay.
To get it?
Not really. I don't understand
because
why you
we're talking about.
I don't understand why you don't like.
When you're talking about health clinics, you're talking about health providers, and when you're talking about health,
that's not exactly what it says. That's not exactly what it says. So I understand I understand why you're opposed.
That's the concern.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here. Amy Hedke, testifying for yourself, testifying against the bill.
Hi guys, Amy Hedke. Yes, I am testifying against this bill for myself. The merging of education and mental health is very dangerous. I posit that the rise of mental health issues in schools is an inherent problem of the institutionalization of children and won't be cured by these bills. There are multiple federal and state laws already expanding state longitudinal data systems to collect and share personally identifiable data on our children. Essentially, all data collected on students from preschool through the workforce will follow them the rest of their lives. The legal consequences in place to protect the unauthorized use of personally identified information is not very good. The main proponent of the mental health legislation wants universal mental health screening, and the governor's own 44-page school safety plan identified mental screenings as part of his agenda. This is a backdoor red flag program, whether it's intended as such or not. On a personal level, as one of many Texans who are politically active and have children in public schools, I am very concerned about the expansion of mental health care into the school system. Psychiatry possesses a built-in capacity for abuse that is greater than in other areas of medicine. The diagnosis of mental disease allows the state to hold persons against their will and insist upon therapy in the broader interests of society. Licensed psychiatrists have been involved in human rights abuses in states across the world, including the United States. Vague volunteer, quote, mental health professionals are an even bigger risk to people. Anyone with a behavioral agenda will have access to Texas students with this bill. You need a tighter definition on these, if nothing else. In addition to controlling political dissidents, other populations are at risk of psychiatric abuse. By 2011, antipsychotic drugs grossed over $18 billion a year in the United States, making antipsychotics the highest grossing class of drugs. Much of this growth is attributable to the prescribing of antipsychotics to non-psychotic people in specific groups. These populations include foster children, the elderly in nursing homes, and inmates in prisons and jails, where antipsychotic drugs are an inexpensive way to subdue and manage them. Enter the K-12 public school population, an automatic captive cash cow for the pharmaceutical industry. The history of psychiatric abuse on minority populations is well documented, and it would be naive to assume that won't continue to happen. In short, to address the underlying political agenda of these mental health bills, there is absolutely no evidence that the state of medical science in the mental health field allows us to identify future criminals, nor do professionals in the field claim any such thing. Furthermore, if we establish a regime in which those diagnosed with mental illness may lawfully be denied their Second Amendment rights under red flag programs, there can be no doubt that prospective patients, their families, and even their physicians will be more reluctant than they are at present to be so diagnosed and identified.
Oh, okay.
That's
I didn't
it.
know if you had more. Okay, all right. Any questions at all? All right. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Claire Bacchini, pediatrician, Doctors for Change and Self, testifying for the bill. Right there.
Thank you.
Either one of them.
My name is Claire Bocchini, and I am testifying today on behalf of myself and also a nonprofit organization called Doctors for Change. It's an organization of about 1,500 healthcare providers in the Houston area. I'd just like to thank Chairman Huberty and the Public Education Committee for hearing this bill, and also to Representative Thierry for authoring this bill. We're testifying in support of this bill. We like this bill very much. I think there's already been a lot of very good testimony to talk about the prevalence of mental illness in our youth, and the fact that only a fraction of them receive adequate care. I can tell you as a pediatrician, I see the consequences of unidentified and untreated mental illness. We know that this actually can progress and cause kids to have a lot of secondary mental and behavioral issues. It can lead to suicide, teen pregnancy, substance abuse, a lot of negative impacts for the kids themselves, but also for the schools. As we already heard, children who have untreated mental illness are less likely to attend school. They have difficulties in finishing the grades and actually doing well in school. And it also causes behavior that's disruptive and affects their peers. As you guys know, according to the CDC in 2017, Texas students who were polled, 14 to 17 years of age, reported 21% had been in a physical fight, 19% were bullied on school property, 15% were electronically bullied, 10% had experienced sexual violence, 34% felt sad or hopeless, 34%, a third felt sad or hopeless, 18% seriously considered attempting suicide, and 12% had attempted suicide. As a pediatrician, I can tell you these statistics are absolutely real. I take care of adolescents struggling with depression, anxiety, and ADHD routinely. Last year, I saw a 13-year-old who was critically ill after her third suicide attempt. And her parents just heartbroken and infuriated at the fact that she was continually bullied at school and really received very little support within the school system. Integrating mental health education and mental health care in the schools is a no-brainer from our perspective as physicians. That's where kids are, that's where they live, that's their community, and absolutely we need to, that is the best setting in our opinion for education on mental health issues and awareness and to start the therapy process. A part of my written testimony, actually you'll see a 24-page document. We actually have put together some research actually looking at school-based interventions that are evidence-based when it comes to mental health, and there's a large section on school-based health centers and the fact that they can be used very successfully. And there are wonderful examples, as you've already heard, here in Texas and in our neighboring states. We know that school-based health centers deliver mental health care very effectively and reduce stigma associated with mental illness in schools. And so, in summary, I'd like to ask you to support this bill. It's something that Doctors for Change certainly supports, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor. We appreciate you being here. Is there any questions? All right. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here. We appreciate it. Okay, that looks like all our witnesses. Is there anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 198? Seeing none, we'll call on Representative Thierry to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for taking your time today. I wanted to address a couple of your question, Representative Tallarico, and then a couple of other comments and provide some clarification to you. First, if you don't mind, Representative, if I could just, since Mr. Spiller just testified, so while it's fresh on everyone's mind, I want to let everyone know that I did meet with some, I guess you should say, some members of Mr. Spiller's group and other Scientologists in my office for months during the interim, who informed me essentially they are against all aspects of the discipline of mental health, mental medicine. So I don't think that there's anything that I or any of us who carry any kind of legislation affecting mental health can do to earn that support, because fundamentally, on a universal level, they are against the discipline of psychology, or the discipline of mental health. And also, specifically, with regard to that story that Mr. Spiller referenced, where a child is held against their will in Florida for maybe making a threat, it's my understanding there's something called the Baker Act in Florida that allows that, that it's almost like a crying fire in a movie theater or something that goes on there. If you make a certain type of threat, that act in Florida allows them to detain a child. We do not have such act in Texas, so that really wouldn't be relevant to this situation. Also, school-based health centers have nothing to do with threats or anything else that are made by students. To your point, Representative Tallarico, law enforcement, I'm sure would be called in any type of an emergency threat, so that would have nothing to do with a school health-based center. That would happen whether a school has one or not. Where I live in Houston, one of the largest ISDs in Texas, I believe the largest, there are very few school-based health centers. So we really are missing that population. There are 90 across the state. The reason, I think you asked, why did they include law enforcement on the Health Advisory Council's representative? And I did some research, and it looks like they were first created in the 76 Ledge. And then from there, it expanded by creating the council. And so it was my understanding that there was just input from community members. And because the school centers, the school-based health centers also treat things such as talk to kids about things like addiction and maybe substance abuse, they wanted to have resources there available to them, not to criminalize, but to provide a resource. Also, gang violence, other issues, safety issues. So many communities felt that they wanted to form those partnerships between the community and law enforcement. So members, in sum, I want to thank you for your time and attention to the ongoing discussion of supporting mental health and well-being of our children in our public schools. The data and research and anecdotal information all prove that students who receive mental health support perform better academically, have good classroom behavior, stay on task during learning, and have better relationships with their classmates and teachers. On the converse, when students are left when their mental health needs are left unmet, young people have more negative behavioral outcomes. I would charge you members and petition to you that as we tackle the needs of our public school system, trying to find issues to provide a first-class education to Texas students, trying to make sure they're safe, as Representative Huey's bill, trying to keep them safe and prevent them from physical injury, that we also truly address the harm that can come from not providing services for their mental well-being. I believe that this bill, HB 198, by including the statutory ability to include the provision of mental health services by SBHCs, is a timely addition and would be a welcome support for our students and families, faculty members, and the school community at large. I thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, and I would ask that you vote this bill favorably out of committee. And pending your questions, I respectfully close.
Any questions? All right, thank you. We'll give you the right to close there. And at this time, House Bill 198 will be left pending at this time. We're going to slip in Chairman Guillen, let him come talk, because he has like one witness, I think, right?
Yep.
And you have 14. So I don't think he wants to sit through that again. So at this time, the Chair lays out House Bill 678, recognizes Representative Guillen to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, according to several Harvard and Cornell University studies, the earlier a child starts learning a second language, the more it develops a child's critical thinking, creativity, and retention skills, and the more it develops their chances of becoming fluent. Learning a language at a young age increases our working memory and cognitive ability, which in turn helps us remember the information that we need to complete a task, filter distractions, and resist inappropriate or non-productive impulses. This bill, HB 678, would give high school foreign language credit to students who complete a sign language course in elementary school. According to Chapter 114 of the Education Code, American Sign Language is already, of course, accredited as a language other than English in high school. Last session, this body saw the benefit of allowing students to gain high school credit for learning a language in elementary school with the passage of SB 671. This bill, HB 678, follows that same spirit as that one did last session. Providing the opportunity to our students not only improves their creativity, critical thinking, and attention skills, it also provides them the opportunity to devote their time in high school to other curriculum or more advanced courses in this field or languages other than English. Today I've got a language instructor, a sign language instructor here to testify. Either one of us can help answer any questions y'all have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, are there any questions? All right, we'll give you the right to close, and you have one witness, Claudia Barthulu. I'm sorry, I really screwed that up. I know I did. Homo ISD and self, testifying for the bill. Did I get it right?
Barthuli.
It's close. It's close. Trent didn't get it right. Please proceed. Tell
Well,
us who
thank
you
you, Mr. Chairman and members, for allowing me to speak here. My name is Claudia Barthuli, and I am in support of HB 678. I currently teach at ASL at Smithson Valley High School and represent Comal ISD. I have been teaching ASL for 10 years, and I have been a dual certified interpreter for 21. I was also on the team that wrote the TEKS for teaching ASL in the state of Texas. This bill has many merits. Excuse me. For example, ASL is the third most requested language in colleges and university. I started the program at ASL program at Smithson Valley High School 2 years ago, and we are already the largest enrollment out of all the world languages in Comal ISD. Learning ASL early is helpful, contrary to some myths. It increases their learning skills and their cognitive skills, which enhances their educational pathways. And the first few years of a child's life are the most crucial to a child's language development. And then Texas School for the Deaf uses ASL K through 12 to teach all their children, and they successfully pass state testing, so there's no reason why ours can't do the same. And ultimately, this will give more flexibility, like Representative Guillen said, in their middle school and high school later on. And teaching ASL, I've seen many students go on to become interpreters and give back to the community, as well as learn how to communicate with deaf family members. My current students also have had the occasion to be able to communicate with customers at their jobs, so that's really exciting to them. Children can communicate much earlier and easier with increased vocabulary and learning skills. It is a more social language, so this will keep their faces out of their phones. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I don't. Well, apparently we do.
Just one.
Go ahead, Representative Gonzalez.
And so this is for elementary school, correct?
Yes.
And so it's easier to acquire language in elementary school than it is in middle school or high school. So if we want to do it in high school, it's just might as well just also do it in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions at all? Thank you for being. Okay, I do have one question. My son, is dyslexic, and so at one time, wasn't sign language a language that could be used in lieu of like Spanish? And I'm gonna. He's like, Dad, I can barely read English and speak English, and yet you want me to learn Spanish? And he says, can I learn sign language, please? And they took that away, right? They took that away as something for him a few years ago, right? A couple, 2-3 years
not
ago.
that I know of. I mean, American Sign Language has been.
No. It's there, but I mean, not counting towards the credit. Right?
Oh no, it's an official language.
Yeah. Okay.
And it is good for children with dyslexia. Some of my better students read finger spelling better because they're looking at shapes, not print letters.
Yeah, visual. They're very visual.
Yes, it's very visual.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. All right. Does anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 678? If not, we'll call on Chairman Guillen to close on this bill.
I would greatly appreciate your favorable consideration. I close. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, House Bill 678 will be left pending. Yeah. Well, what's 129? How many we got in there? Yeah, I know, but it's quick. We got 14 witnesses on yours, and we got some people that are trying to get back to San Antonio. So why don't we? Mark's gone, right? Okay. You ready? All right. Just do it right there. All right. This time, the chair leads out House Bill 129 by Bernal and recognizes Representative Gonzalez of El Paso to lay out his bill.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the committee. It is an honor to lay out today Representative Vice Chair Bernal's bill, HB 129. This bill is a bill that we heard last session. During both of his tours in his district, he asked every principal who they would add to their staff if they could add one additional person. In his journey across this district, he found that every single time, with campuses that had 90% or above of free or reduced lunch students, they would add a social worker, a trauma counselor, or a counselor. As one educator told him, that the children that they serve, they are just as smart, just as bright, but you have to get them through all of their life issues before you can get them to learn. They continue to say that treat the child as a human, and what you're left with, and what the teacher is left with, is a student who is ready to learn. He is hopeful that the robust discussion that we will have will continue to have an impact on all-around school safety. As we repeatedly discussed during our committee hearings, school finance commission meetings, and joint committee meetings, our schools are woefully behind the nation on social-emotional support for students. To be somewhere close to the national average, Texas would have to double the amount of counselors, hire 3 times as many school psychologists, and employ 18 times more social workers. In fact, he filed this bill last session with a lower threshold to address this need across the state. However, he has raised this threshold for HB 129 because he acknowledges that high-need campuses need targeted and supplemental support. Educators at high-need campuses relate time and time again that students cannot be ready to learn if they are hungry, sick, or homeless. While the list of professional staff that is listed in the bill seems randomly large, that is a pre-existing list of non-faculty health staff that schools already can hire. The school safety conversation acknowledges that there should be a status quo and tell the story. Oh, sorry. And so yes, so with that, I now stand open for any questions.
Okay. Why is the fiscal note so high?
Because.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't know the answer to the question. Just busting your chops.
But he feels that it's very worth the investment.
Yeah, he's probably watching at home right now going, God dang it. He's not. The chairman is not feeling well. He got very sick yesterday, so his apologies that he couldn't be here for that. We've talked about it, so we know what it is. So this is adding counselors, and so hopefully we can figure out if we can find the money to do it. Any questions at all?
And he's doing a rider for the bill.
Yeah, he's using it. He does have a rider for it.
Yes. Sir.
Okay, good. All right. All right. At this time, we'll give you the right to close, and we have some witnesses. Victoria Bustos, San Antonio ISD, testifying for the bill. Hello, tell us who you are, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Victoria Bustos. I'm the Executive Director for Student Support Services at San Antonio ISD. I represent all of our school social workers, school counselors, and our licensed specialists in school psychology. House Bill 129 calls for, at each campus with 90% or more economically disadvantaged students, homeless students, or students who are in the conservatorship of Child, Family, and Protective Services, to assign one person who is a school counselor, school social worker, or any other licensed certified professional. Many of our schools have a student body that face students dealing with self-issues revolving around self-harm and cutting, self-esteem issues, adverse childhood experiences, trauma, grief, domestic violence in homes, substance abuse issues, as well as mental health issues revolving around anxiety, depression, and PTSD, just to name a few. With the advent of social media, this brings upon a whole new flurry of issues that our students, especially in our school district in San Antonio ISD, face. Counselors, social workers, and LSSPs are well positioned to provide the academic support and the therapeutic expertise to handle these issues. They are the school mental health experts who provide both support around prevention and intervention for our students. Having a licensed and certified counselor, social worker, or school psychologist will provide this therapeutic supports that our students need. They also are able to tend to the delicate issues, make community mental health referrals. Further, in a school setting, these professionals will help instill many of the comprehensive, holistic, whole child supports that are needed. This closes my testimony on House Bill 129. Just want to thank everyone for listening. I want to thank Representative Bernal for asking and having us here to support this bill.
Get you home. So thank you.
Thank you.
Galia Booth, Principal, Northeast ISD, and self-testifying for the bill. Hello.
Hi.
I guess, did I say Northeast ISD?
Yes.
Okay. All right, tell us who you are, who you represent,
Yes.
and position on the bill. Thank you.
My name is Gayla Booth, and I'm representing Northeast Independent School District, and I am for the bill. I'm the principal at Olmos Elementary in the Northeast Independent School District. I've been in education going on about 33 years, and the majority of my experience has been with low social, economically disadvantaged Title I campuses. Olmos is a high-needs Title I school, and we have an economically disadvantaged rate of 90% or over. Our ELL rate is right at 40%. We have a high mobility rate of 20%. A large population of my community is immigrant families, CPS cases, grandparents as sole providers, and a large population of homeless families. The students are challenged daily with high poverty, poor health, lack of enough food, little to no clothing, and serious emotional stress. And even with these difficult obstacles, Olmos is a high-performing Title I school, and I credit our ability to perform the way that we do at our campus because we do have great counselors and we do have a support system in place. And without the extra support, we would struggle to achieve. This is why Olmos and schools like Olmos need additional counseling and support personnel provisions beyond normal district staffing. I've experienced students attending schools with well-staffed counselors and extra support personnel effectively reduce student oppression. It reduces bullying behaviors. Programs report a higher level of academic achievement and a greater sense of happiness, greater sense of safety and security, and fewer problems with socialization and interpersonal relationships. They're able to modify the school climate enough to make kids feel safe, and that's very important. The additional support staff are able to offer students a social emotional support system that lends to higher degrees of success. And the only way I can continue the successful education program that I have at Olmos is with the support of my counseling staff and other needed staff. They're the heartbeat to the social emotional support these children from broken backgrounds need in order to successfully function and break the cycle. And in summary, we need more counselors and more support systems in place for an overloaded system. And I thank Representative Bernal for filing the bill.
Thank you so much for being here. Members, any questions? Yes,
Sure.
Representative Tellerico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said you had great counselors on your campus, and you said you had other support. Can you detail what staff or support you have at your particular campus?
At this time, I have a counselor and a half a counselor, and that work with children directly, and also have my family specialist with me that's in the background, and she works with the students.
A family specialist?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Be careful going home. Josette Saxton, Director of Mental Health Policy, Texans Care for Children, testifying for the bill.
Yes, Committee. Josette Saxon, Texans Care for Children. I am in support of the bill, HB 129. As I mentioned earlier to the committee, that unfortunately many of our kids are coming to school with challenges that will interfere with their learning. And just like when students are experiencing academic challenges like dyslexia, that the school looks to address those barriers so that the child can learn. So having a counselor that is available for schools that are overwhelmingly or have students with a lot of risk factors. So again, how this bill targets those schools that are educationally disadvantaged, homeless, foster care. These are kids that research shows do have a lot of non-academic barriers to their learning. So using this targeted approach to make sure that schools have this extra tool there to address those issues will help kids learn. It'll reduce behavioral issues. It will increase attendance. It'll increase graduation. And again, that is probably is what's driving Representative Bernal saying when he was meeting with all of the schools that they saying this is a profession that they want there in the school to support students' learning. And as a nice added bonus, we will also then help to prevent a lot of other challenges that that are more of a concern of other committees outside of education. But again, just wanted to say support this bill and hope that you do too.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Shannon Maroney, testifying for herself and testifying for the bill. I do not see her here. Shannon Maroney, going once, twice. We will show her for the bill and not testifying. Is there anybody else here wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 129? If not, we'll call on Representative Gonzalez to close.
Thank you, Representative Bernal, for this wonderful bill, and I hope you all will give it favorable consideration.
All right. At this time, House Bill 129 will be left pending. Let's go back over to Ms. Thierry. What is her other bill number? 204. At this time, Chair lays out House Bill 204 and recognizes Representative Thierry to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I am here today to lay out HB 204 for you today. It's also a mental health bill in our public schools. The Texas legislature has long recognized the importance of providing curriculum and classroom instruction to school-age children on physical health. Over the years, this has transcended to providing educational instruction to students on topics such as proper nutrition, the proper amounts of sleep, how germs cause illness and diseases, public health concerns such as instruction on alcohol, drug, tobacco use, instruction on dental health. Members, I'm submitting to you today that if we can teach our children about proper dental health, that in 2019 it is time to include some instruction on mental health. We know that right now our students are dealing with lots of issues such as depression, eating disorders, I talked about this earlier, bullying, suicides, and other school-related violent incidents. Mental health is missing from the enrichment education curriculum, and despite the fact that we recognize how important it is to our overall health and well-being. In fact, the definition of wellness from the World Health Organization now defines health, this is the definition of health, to be a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being that is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. As we understand it in 2019, mental health is an integral part of our overall health and should therefore be an integral part of health education in our Texas schools. As I stated earlier this month, Governor Abbott prudently noted that as we work towards improving the safety of our schools, improving mental health would be a critical component of any comprehensive solution that we provide. What this bill seeks to do is to ensure that young people have proper instruction, and this would be in the enrichment curriculum, by the way, so that they will be able to recognize the signs of a mental crisis in themselves or perhaps family members and have access to help. HB 204 achieves the practical needs of providing mental wellness by including mental health instruction in the existing health education enrichment curriculum for Texas schools. The specific statute is Section 28.002 of the Texas Education Code. As recently as this summer, members, I believe it was in July of 2019, the CDC reported that 1 in 8 students in Texas high schools admitted to attempting suicide in 2017. This bill will allow school districts to tailor the curriculum to best suit their needs and their student population, but all it does is simply advise that health curriculum should emphasize the importance of the relationship between physical and mental health, recognizing that both are integral components of well-being. Research shows that students are more likely to seek counseling when they have information about mental health, and that schools play an important role in early mental intervention. The National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, who I believe is here today to testify on the bill, reports that half of lifetime mental health issues now begin before the age of 14. And on average, young people will wait without help 10 years before beginning treatment. By providing mental health instruction in our schools, we will be better positioned to catch symptoms early on and connect students with the help they need and prevent long-term illness. Members, as per the Legislative Budget Board's review of this bill, there is no fiscal implication to the state. And I believe we have witnesses who are here to speak on the bill. And so pending your further questions, I will yield at this time and reserve my right to close.
Okay, any questions? That was a very robust explanation for an 11-word bill. So I thank you very much. Next time, and for those that want to come testify in front of us, brevity is good. We're going to make sure we don't repeat ourselves. So you do have some witnesses, and we'll start calling them at this time. Audrey Young, Director of Student Support Services, Nacogdoches ISD, and self-testifying for the bill.
Audrey Young, Director of Student Support Services for Nacogdoches ISD. I'll try to be as brief as her bill is. And thank you for that. Including mental health curriculum within
Audrey, let me stop here.
I am for the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Including mental health curriculum within the enrichment programs of public education will provide our students with an awareness for themselves and for others, similar to character development and in other areas that we provide curriculum for. As we embark on the journey of educating a younger generation with a more prolific abundance of mental health issues, I believe that introducing a curriculum that brings their attention to mental health issues is imperative. That's it.
I'm just talking to him real quick. Is that it? All right. Thank you. I appreciate you. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Sophia Bird, student, D's Not Words intern, and self-testifying for the bill. You here? There you are.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Bird, and I am a change maker with Deeds Not Words, as well as a student at the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'm here because quality education on mental health within schools, especially high school, is extremely important. 2 years ago, as a freshman in high school, due to an intense and detrimental home environment, self-destructive behavior, and a lack of self-respect, I became depressed and suicidal and with no idea how to receive help. How are we supposed to feel supported and know about the importance of mental health care if we aren't given the opportunity to learn about it? After months of therapy, I'm back on track to success. However, without the treatment I was afforded, I may have not been here today to talk about the importance of mental health care. With this bill, every student in Texas could have access to education on the importance of mental health care. Kids like me can learn about the importance of taking care of your mind and taking care of your body, as well as the direct correlation between the two. Going to an all-girls school has opened my eyes to the susceptibility that young adults have to eating disorders when faced with extreme amounts of stress. 90% of those struggling with eating disorders are girls 12 to 25, and people within the age range of 18 to 24 statistically have the highest rates of suicide. But with the right access to mental health care and education about health care, this has the potential to all be prevented. Suicide is the third leading cause of death within the ages 10 to 24, and 90% of those killed or struggling with suicidal tendencies have an underlying mental illness. Teenagers every day are affected by the stereotype that defines mental illness within teenagers. We're told it's normal, it's just hormones, but are not taught the signs and what to do when faced with mental illness. Perhaps if I had had this opportunity to learn about the importance of prioritizing one's mental health care, I wouldn't have gone through what I did. If more students had access to education on their mental health, both suicide rates and high school dropout rates would decrease. We need representatives like Thierry to help spread awareness and advocate for these important issues, because I don't want to be just another statistic. I don't want to see another one of my classmates fall into the dark and lonely feeling that surrounds not taking care of one's mental health just because they didn't know. In every aspect, the passing of the bill to include mental health in the Texas high school curriculum is a positive addition. Thank you for your time, and for all the reasons I've stated, I urge you to vote in favor of HB 204.
Thank you for testimony. Oh, hang on one second. Anybody got a question?
Oh,
okay.
No question?
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming. Chair now calls Dr. Thomas Lindsay. Here he is. Okay. Dr. Lindsay, please state your name, who you represent, whether you're on for or against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom Lindsay. I direct the Center for Education at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I'm testifying in support of the bill. In my view, this HB 204 is a very worthy bill, especially in light of the latest statistics. We know that the proportion of youths treated at children's hospitals for suicidal thoughts or attempts has more than doubled between 2008 and 2015. The rates are higher during the school year, and girls account for almost 2/3 of the visits. Suicide has now moved up from the third leading cause of death of young people to the second leading cause. And we know that some studies show that there's a correlation between the amount of time spent on social media and resulting depression. And while mental health issues are increasing, the amount of self-harm occurring among young people, there's a clear connection to the need for better mental health education to address the incidents of violence directed toward others, including school shootings. There have been 185 public mass shootings in this country since 1900. 59% of those were perpetrated by individuals with mental disorders. Now, while there are a number of therapeutic approaches that Texas can consider to incorporate to battle the youth mental health crisis, the one that my research suggests is among the best would be cognitive behavioral therapy, which is an effective intervention for youth and adults to treat a wide variety of mental health issues, from depression to anxiety to PTSD. And key techniques that are taught include recognizing cognitive distortions, correcting catastrophizing thinking, avoiding the impulse to mind read or project motivations on others, and also tempering all or nothing thinking. These techniques have been proven to be not only beneficial for students who may struggle with diagnosed mental health issues, but they can also be useful mental habits for all students to develop. In fact, many of the tenets of cognitive behavioral therapy can be traced back to the traditions of ancient wisdom, including the Stoics. These positive incomes are seen even among individuals in the criminal justice system, with documented improvements in such essential life skills as critical reasoning, moral reasoning, self-control, and impulse management. For all these reasons, I support HB 204 and ask that you pass this bill. Thank you.
No, thank you. Chair now calls Sheila Hemphill. Ms. Hemphill, please state your name, who you represent, and we need to know if you're
on this one
or against. She's for.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will change that now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Sheila Hemphill. I'm with Texas Right to Know. I have the privilege of working with an incredible group of functional physicians, integrated, who have the capacity to have treatments to help recover children from autism, to resolve ADHD, to heal the body by looking at physical root causes. I would like to again address you to the page in front of you of the handwriting that's chaos. That I pointed to this at the Senate Health Committee, and I said, if this young man was receiving these medications from Texas Medicaid, what's it costing the state to get this kind of outcome from a standard of care therapy? His answer was, I can tell you it's a lot. I said, no, I want to know how much. He said, you'll never know because that information is confidential. Just addressing physical root causes can result in the handwriting on the right that is neat and orderly. When I had a booth at the Republican convention, I had teachers coming up and pointing at the chaos and saying, this is what I have in my classroom. If we are not looking for physical root causes, we are going to be using state funds to produce therapies of pure medication, resulting in the chaos handwriting on the left. If we don't look for physical root causes, such as Lyme rage, which is a bacterial infection that results in outrage, on my website, under functional medicine, you will see a 3-minute video of a little boy getting tested for chocolate. As he comes in happy and content, he's asked to sit down and do a puzzle, and then given the allergy shot of chocolate. In a matter of minutes, the child is belligerent, taking his pencil, growling, crawling all over his desk. And if you're just looking at that physical observation, you're going, boy, that kid needs to be on something. After he was given the antigen, he's back and able to do his work. According to pharmacists I work with, because the medication for ADHD creates incredible mood swings, physicians will often stack it on with antidepressants. The antidepressants are SSRIs that have a tendency, a side effect of homicidal thoughts, suicidal thoughts. You notice the testimonies, they're also talking about how the increases during school periods of these areas of depression and mental illness. I would ask you to look at physical root causes of mold, yeast overgrowth, electromagnetic frequencies for these high-intensity commercial routers that from 1971 Naval Medical Research Report shows that exposure to these high frequencies in these classrooms can result in cognitive function disruption. Look at our environment and see what we can do to resolve health and bring healing so that these children are able to learn. I'm not opposed to any of the mental counseling. There's places for all that, but I beg this committee to do something to bring forth a list of physical root causes that could manifest so that we can teach our parents, our schools, even our doctors what to look for and bring healing.
Members, questions? No? Thank you very much. Chair now calls Shannon Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, please state your name, who you represent, whether you're on for or against the bill.
Hi again, my name is Shannon Hoffman. I'm the Policy Fellow at the Hogg Foundation for Mental Health, and I'll be testifying on HB 204. As we're discussing mental health in schools, mental health literacy is also an important component so that students are able to learn about their mental health, and also it can result in destigmatizing seeking help. Increasing mental health supports in schools is critical, but so is creating a safe environment that encourages students to reach out to ask for help when needed. I worked as a counselor in a dual diagnosis treatment facility with teenagers that were struggling with substance use and also had co-occurring mental health concerns. And more often than not, the kids I worked with had little knowledge around mental health, how to support their own mental health, and were often resistant to discussing their mental health. I saw as time went on and they had a better understanding of mental health and maybe some of the things they were experiencing and going through. They felt safer reaching out to their counselors and to their peers, and were open to talking to someone. And in doing so, we also saw improvements in their schoolwork. And for some of them, whether or not they really wanted to admit it, they almost started to enjoy some of their schoolwork because they were able to better engage and stay on task and saw better improvements in their grades, which made them feel better and work on some of their self-efficacy. Student education around mental health can help foster a healthier school climate. Normalizing discussions around mental health is not only a standalone item, but is integrated into usual learning and school activity, and improve students' knowledge and attitudes around mental health. So if or when support is needed, they feel safe in asking for it. Thank you.
Hoffman. Members, questions? Nope. Thank you very much. There you go. Okay. Chair now calls Will Francis. Will? All right. We're going to show Will is for the bill. Okay. Alyssa Segru. Did I say that right?
Alyssa Shagru.
Shagru.
As soon as I see someone's face, I'm like, it's me.
You know what you... Ms. Shagru, please state your name, who you represent, and whether you're on, for, or against the bill.
Right. Thank you. All right. My name is Alyssa Shagru. I'm the policy coordinator with NAMI Texas, and I'm in support of this bill. All right. When talking about mental health in schools, we need to ensure students understand mental health issues, including how to access treatment or find support. I'm here today to voice support for this bill because it would provide students with mental health education for 3 reasons. First, students are already impacted by mental health disorders. 1 in 5 teenagers between 13 and 18 have a mental health disorder, and half of all mental health disorders start by age 14. At a recent NAMI educational workshop, when the speaker asked a room of hundreds of middle school students if they lived with or knew someone with a mental illness, I saw almost every student raise their hand. Teachers and other school professionals may not immediately see it when a student needs mental health services. They may kind of keep it to themselves. The student may know something is wrong with themselves or with a friend, but they may not know how to name their experience or ask for help. I provided, in addition to our testimony from a NAMI Austin member who discusses having a child with schizophrenia and the fact that they didn't know anything about mental health issues, and their child didn't know how to recognize those things, so they didn't get the early treatment that they needed to really have their child be functional with schizophrenia. Second, it's most effective when people have been educated on their condition. I believe Shannon Hoffman already talked about mental health literacy, so understanding to optimize and maintain good mental health, understanding your disorders, decreasing stigma, and increasing health-seeking efficacy. This has been proven to increase the percentage of students willing to seek professional help, improvement in their awareness of mental health issues and of awareness of other people's issues, and an overall improvement in knowledge and attitudes. So basically, when you are able to recognize what is going on with you or someone else, it's easier to manage that. Finally, it complements educational efforts to reduce substance abuse in youth. About 1/3 of adults in Texas with a severe mental illness also had a co-occurring substance use disorder. Those with untreated mental illness often self-medicate with substances as a coping strategy. So helping students in school in need reach out for support and learn alternative coping skills is critical to addressing substance use in students. The average person with a mental health disorder waits an average of 8 to 10 years to receive help. We need to expand access to treatment, but we also need to open up the conversation around mental health to children in the same way we talk to them about any other mental health issue. Rather than seeing them passive in their recovery, effective mental health services require them to understand what they're experiencing and what will help them recover. So this bill is a great start. Thank you.
Ms. Shagru, members, questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Chair now calls Columba Wilson. Nope. Ms. Wilson's gone. We are going to show her as for the bill. Chair now calls Lee Spiller. Mr. Spiller, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. On, for, or against.
My name is Lee Spiller. I'm with the Citizens Commission on Human Rights of Texas, and we're testifying against the bill. If it was simply about teaching children that when you're feeling bad, you really ought to reach out and talk to your parents, we would be for that. If it was about teaching children about significant side effects to things that they may be taking, we would be for that. Our concern is always agendas, right? The coloring book that you're getting is a good example. This was part of a drug marketing campaign that unfortunately some state officials were involved in. And this became part of patient and family educational materials. The punchline of the comic book or coloring book is that if you feel sad, you can go to a doctor and you can get some medicine and everything will be groovy. And life ain't that simple. More recently, we're starting to see things like these, where this book that I'm holding up, where children are being taught that their brains control their behavior. Man, who knows what controls your behavior? That's a chicken and the egg question. You know, you could have a room full of theologians, scientists, philosophers, and who knows, you know? The main thing that we don't want to see is agenda-driven mental health education. The rest of it, of course, you want children to be safe, right? I know my religion is probably going to come up in Representative Thierry's rebuttal. And, you know, it's really sad that in this day and age, it even comes up at all. Our organization was co-founded by a psychiatrist. We were co-founded by the Church of Scientology. Our representative in D.C. is a psychologist. We've, for years, worked hand in hand with a number of mental health professionals in rulemaking, and we've all gotten along great. So I don't know why it came up on that last bill, and it's, I'm sorry, you know, I don't feel like it's right to have to get up here and then someone bring up my religion, which was what happened on the last bill, and I felt like I couldn't let it go. A person's religious pedigree shouldn't be a part of giving testimony, and that's about what I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Spiller, any questions for Mr. Spiller? I've got one.
You bet.
You said this coloring book that you gave to the committee came out of a school?
No, this actually came out of the state of Texas.
Right.
And there was a drug marketing scheme called TMAP. It was the Texas Medication Algorithm Project. Mm-hmm. And drug companies pitched in, Meadows Foundation pitched in, different people pushed it. Eventually a whistleblower from Pennsylvania noticed that there were state employees from Texas and from our medical schools that were running around promoting this program, and they were promoting in Pennsylvania, which is where he was. Eventually he filed a whistleblower lawsuit. The Texas Attorney General, who was Greg Abbott, he was our Attorney General at the time, he joined it. It ended up in Texas's record Medicaid fraud settlement at the time, and I believe it played a role in the $2.2 billion federal settlement with one of the drug companies. And this was actually, you know, up until they pulled it down, and I can't remember what year it was, 2008 or 2009, this was actually, you could get this online at the Texas Department of State Health Services website as part of the patient and family education materials. You know, I think what it's important, you know, people have to make their own choices as far as what treatment they're going to get. It's their business. What we ask is that people are informed not just of benefits, but all the risks, right? And conversations like that really, I think, is a conversation that should be had with parents, not young children.
Okay. Members? Anybody? All right, Mr. Spiller, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Amy Hedke. Ms. Hedke, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill on for or against.
Amy Hedke, representing myself, and I am against this bill. When you're looking at just 11 words, we know that that usually leads to hundreds of words in vague, undefined statutes. I'm going to address directly the bill author's assertion that if some of us are against her bills, we must be against all mental health treatment. That is absurd and frankly arrogant in its unsubstantive dismissal of legitimate concerns. And it actually underscores the concern about someone's political agenda in pushing through certain legislation. As with House Bill 198 and even 129, the concern is not an effective implementation of things truly needed. It is about the rampant ineffectiveness of the government in attempting to correct a problem that is inherent in its academic nature. You guys heard the guy earlier. Suicide rates are higher during the school year. And while social media is listed as a reason, students have greater access to social media outside the school year than during it. Your educational methods are killing your children, incapacitating them for life, and creating people unable to accomplish the goals in Article 7 of preserving their rights and liberties. 11 words in a bill leads to thousands of words of vague, undefined statute, to expanding political agendas in future legislation, as we are seeing with the governor's proposed red flag laws. Y'all need to scrap this bill and others reaching for mental health until you get your educational structure straightened out. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Hedke. Members, questions? Nope. Thank you. Josette Saxton. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Saxton. Please state your name, who you represent, whether you're on for or against.
Hi, good afternoon. Josette Saxton, Texans Care for Children, and we are in support of this bill. I really see it as closing a loophole where we are teaching kids or offering kids health education in schools as part of the enrichment curriculum, and it's just really clarifying that mental health is part of overall health. I can recall a gentleman who would have this great sort of description that health doesn't stop at the neck, that it's a whole body health. So really all this is doing is just clarifying that health education should also include mental health as part of the health education curriculum. I think also it is recognizing that kids do talk to kids, and that's who they will often turn to when there is a concern. So including within education the ability for kids to understand and recognize if there might be some concerns in themselves or others, that they can seek out help, or that it is not something that is stigmatizing. It will allow for earlier identification and treatment, and it'll avoid a lot of the negative things that I think we all want to avoid. So just in summary, I think this is a very good bill, and I encourage the committee to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Saxton. 1 second. Members, questions for Ms. Saxton? Nope? Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Chair now calls Clara Bocchini. Ms. Bocchini, please state your name, who you represent, whether you're on for or against the bill.
Thank you very much. My name is Claire Bocchini, and I'm a pediatrician in Houston. I'm testifying on behalf of myself and also the organization Doctors for Change. Again, this is an organization of over 1,500 healthcare providers of multidisciplinary, and we are all extremely supportive of this bill. Our organization actually provides some mental health education. We've partnered with schools in our community, and it is extremely well received. And a lot of the experiences that the youth have provided us with feedback, and a lot of the feedback is very similar to testimony that you heard earlier from the student, which I felt was very powerful, where they were suffering from mental illness, did not know what it was, and through education have been able to provide or receive help and better understanding between each other. I'm not going to repeat the testimony that I stated for House Bill 198 about the consequences of mental illness in children. And I also already provided a large document that kind of summarized the data behind school-based interventions, including mental health education within the schools. I will just summarize that adding mental health, coping, and resiliency into the school curriculum is absolutely an evidence-based strategy to addressing mental health needs in our state of Texas. This strategy has actually been shown over and over to decrease depression, improve empathy, and establish a culture that destigmatizes mental health in schools. So I encourage you to read through the document that I already provided, and just summarize that we are in support of this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Bocchini. Members, questions? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 204? None. The chair recognizes Representative Thierry to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I will be brief at the direction of Representative Huberty and just say that this bill simply adds the word mental to health, to mental health education, to include that as a part of our overall health education. And I submit that it's one word, but it would have a great positive impact on our students. It's been about 60 years since the Texas legislature wrote our original statute providing for health education. And so our thinking is to add the word mental to health education would encompass a child's ability to learn about their overall entire well-being. So, Mr. Chairman and members, I would ask that you vote this bill favorably out of committee and that it be sent to calendars. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I will respectfully close.
Members, questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
House Bill 204 will be left pending at this time. Okay, the chair now lays out House Bill 422 and recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is kind of a cleanup bill. In 1995, the legislature directed school boards to create a campus-level planning and decision-making committees, often referred to as site-based making committees. Committee members work to establish and review educational plans and goals and performance objectives and major classroom instructional programs, among other duties. The Commissioner of Education is required to oversee the provisions and training and technical support to all districts and campuses regarding planning and decision-making committees, and TEA required to conduct an annual statewide survey of district and campus level committees making the plans and making plan structures. The Education Code sets specific requirements for the composition of these committees with the aim to ensure that a variety of authentic voices are represented. However, there is no regular check to ensure that school boards follows these statutes, and the lack of properly constituted committees is not uncommon. 422, House Bill 422, would require that each school district to certify annually to TEA, and the Board of Trustees has created a district-wide planning plan and decision-making committee and campus-level planning decision-making committee in accordance with the requirements of the Education Code. This will help to ensure that boards comply with the important responsibility to constitute these committees and will assist the Commissioner and the agency in their duties to assist and survey.
Thank you. Representative Allen. Members, are there any questions for Dr. Allen? Seeing none. Do we have any witnesses? Okay. There are no witnesses, so at this time, is there anyone wants to testify? Is there anyone here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 422? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative Allen to close on the bill.
I close.
Thank you, ma'am. Chair now lays out House Bill 455 and recognizes Representative Allen to explain her bill.
Thank you. This is equally as simple. According to several studies, children need recess that includes vigorous physical activities because it benefits students by increasing their level of physical activity, improving their memory, attention, and concentration, helping them to stay on task in the classroom, reducing disruptive behavior in the classroom, improving their social and emotional development, at the same time reducing childhood obesity. While there is no law in state policy to dictate how schools manage recess during their day, recent guidance from the Center for Disease Control, Prevention, and Shape America, a national group of health and physical educators, aim to help schools make the most of recess. For pre-K and kindergarten, the state only requires 30 minutes of daily physical activity, which is short of the recommended 60 minutes. House Bill 455 would have TEA develop a model policy on the recess period during the day that encourages constructive, age-appropriate outdoor activities and during playtime. The model policy must include guidelines for outdoor equipment and facilities and public school campuses that maximize the effectiveness of outdoor physical activity. House Bill 455 will ensure that already limited recess time is filled with activities that reflect evidence-based research to ensure the most effective activities for Texas students. Simple.
Any questions for Dr. Allen on House Bill 455? None? Got witnesses? All right. All right, we have a few witnesses, and then Chair calls Crystal Collins. Ms. Collins, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, on, for, or against.
Thank you. My name is Christelle Erickson Collins. I'm a volunteer with Austin Justice Coalition, and I'm here as a parent. I'm speaking for HB 455. There's a growing trend across the country to understand and acknowledge the importance of recess to the health, wellness, and success of children through legislation. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention and Shape America recommends school districts proffer a recess policy based on best practices. Schools with state laws requiring recess were significantly likely to have at least 20 minutes of recess daily. The literature over the last decade is abundant and clear that recess has a multitude of health benefits physically, mentally, and socially for children. Improving their memory, attention, and concentration, helping them stay on task, and reducing disruptive behavior in the classroom, improving their social and emotional development, as well as there is a strong correlation with reducing obesity. This research prompted the American Academy of Pediatrics to release a position paper in 2012 supporting recess, as does the American Heart Association. The indisputable benefits of recess have led the American Academy of Pediatrics to state that recess should not be withheld for punitive or academic reasons. Yet the U.S. Government Accountability Office has shown that there are discipline disparities for Black students, boys, and students with disabilities. A policy regarding recess, which includes a caveat for when recess can be used for discipline, can mitigate the subjective and unequal practices currently occurring. While many teachers support recess as a benefit, some are concerned they will lose a means of discipline necessary to maintain order. However, Randy Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers, has come out supporting positive school discipline policies and says it will require resources such as professional development and should include classroom management, child psychology, cultural relevancy, and conflict resolution. Finally, as a parent of children who were educated in the public schools in Texas, I know how important the socialization time of unstructured play can be for the child who has differences. Some children, like my son, did not easily relate with other children. Recess was sometimes an opportunity to engage and sometimes a necessary respite from the overwhelming stresses of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Members, questions? Nope. No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Joseph McMahon. Mr. McMahon, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, on, for, or against.
Sure, my name's Joe McMahon. I'm with Mission Readiness. I'm the state director in support of the bill. Mission Readiness, if you're not familiar with it, it's a bipartisan nonprofit organization comprised of retired military leaders. So we have about 700 retired generals and admirals across the country, over 40 here in Texas. The reason for our existence, a little over 10 years ago, the Department of Defense came out with the staggering statistics regarding how such a high percentage of young adults don't qualify to serve. And if you're not familiar with those statistics, 71% of our young adults between the ages of 17 and 24 would not qualify. In Texas, I'm afraid it's even higher at 73%. So, as you would imagine, being overweight, sometimes even obese, is one of the main disqualifiers, the leading medical disqualifiers. So we focus on policies that have shown to keep kids on the right track, academically, socially, and physically, which is why I'm here today. So with the decrease of physical activity we've seen in the schools over the years, anything that, this bill is definitely a step in the right direction. It will increase the conversation, I think, around recess and the importance of increasing physical activity throughout the school day. So we are in support of it, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I know I said it is McMahon?
McMahon, yes, sir.
McMahon.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's been butchered
Mr.
for years,
McMahon.
so it's all right.
Any questions for Mr. McMahon? No?
All right.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Chair was going to call somebody, but we have a blank screen now.
There she is.
Okay. Chair now calls Claire Boccini. Ms. Boccini, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Claire Boccini, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and for a nonprofit organization called Doctors for Change, 1,500 healthcare providers in the Houston area. I'm also testifying as a board member of the large child advocacy nonprofit Children at Risk, and I was also a member of the organization Healthy Living Matters. And I'm testifying in support of House Bill 455. Thank you for hearing this bill, and thank you, Representative Allen, for authoring this bill. I will be brief, and again, I included a policy brief that goes into and kind of summarizes the literature about why pediatricians and healthcare providers are so passionate about this topic. We would really love to see all students have access to recess. And I co-authored this brief, and it is included in my written testimony. So I'm a pediatrician, and I'm here today to tell you how important the healthcare community feels that access to recess is for Texas children. And we believe that this bill will help Texas children have better access to recess. This is a vital part of the school day that improves the child's academic performance, in addition to their mental health and their physical health. As you know, Texas continues to have a problem with obesity. Some of the most recent data show that 1/3 of Texas adults were obese in 2017. This is up from 22% in 2000. And in the 2016 to 17 school year, 18.5% of Texas children were obese, and almost half were overweight. When children are obese or overweight, they're at risk of multiple health problems. It affects every aspect of their life. And as a pediatrician, I'm starting to treat children who have adult diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, cancer, strokes. These are all preventable illnesses that we're seeing more and more in the pediatric population. So I don't think recess alone will solve the obesity crisis in Texas, but I think it will. It is an important part of the puzzle, and I think this is a very important policy. This is very much part of the solution. And yet I hear from my patients in clinic all the time that they do not have recess, or that recess is being taken away from them, usually for reasons like poor school performance, poor behavior. They don't have enough supervisors for the kids in recess. And this saddens me greatly, as recess significantly improves childhood physical and social development, combats childhood obesity, improves mental health, and contributes to better academic performance. I'm actually here on maternity leave. I feel so passionately about this issue. And right before I left for maternity leave, I saw an 8-year-old girl in my clinic who struggles with obesity. As we discussed how important it is for her to become more physically active, it was clear that she does not have a safe place to play outside in her neighborhood. Her school does not have recess or regular access to physical education. And I hear similar stories from my patients every week. And I believe that this bill will result in more children having access to a safe place to play and with recess. So I ask you to please support this bill. And there are several nice images in this handout that I gave you. I'll just show you one because I think this is really has a big impact on me. Here on page 7, you'll see the brain, after 20 minutes of sitting quietly versus the brain after 20 minutes of walking, and you can see so much more neuronal activity. The brain needs physical activity to be able to help our kids learn, so it has both health benefits and really helps them learn. So I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Doctor, what do you think our brains look like after 6 hours of public testimony? Public education?
I do worry about that. I'm sorry. I tried to be brief. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Question. This looks like it. Is there anybody else wanting to testify on, for, or against House Bill 455? If not, we will call on Dr. Allen to close on her bill.
I close.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. At this time, House Bill 455 will be left pending. Mike, and Ken's got that one, right? And Ken's got ours. Well, he's got his own bill, though. And you did 455 and 422? Okay, great. All right. Let's do Jessica's bill. At this time, the chair will lay out House Bill 239 by Farrar and calls on Representative Gonzalez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members. I am here on behalf of Representative Farrar to lay out HB 239, which clarifies the role of social workers in school settings, defining the services of a school social worker may provide to students and families in the Education Code. This bill will not mandate a school to employ a social worker, nor will it create a new occupational category or program of services. School social workers are already employed in our schools, but the definition of their roles in the Education Code will allow for clarity to school administrators so that the school social workers are properly utilized. As part of the school team, social workers play a significant role in helping our students achieve academic success. School social workers address social, emotional, and developmental issues that affect their academic performance, as we have heard today. However, according to a national school social work survey, only 7.4% of school social workers reported that the children they serve receive counseling or therapy from an outside agency. These are school social workers as a primary and only mental health professional engaged with the student. So basically, this bill, in conclusion, will ensure an understanding of the services school social workers may provide to students. The result will be a more effective utilization of social workers in school settings. With that, I will take any questions and reserve the right to close.
Any questions at all? Just as a footnote on this, Jessica is not feeling well today, and she asked me to actually lay it out, but I wanted to have Representative Gonzalez do it for a very particular reason, which is that she believes in it as much as I do, but I'm a joint author on this bill. This is a bill last year that was killed on the floor along some pretty partisan issues that were happening between members. And unfortunately, we could have had a piece of legislation throughout this session that would have had social workers in our classrooms in our schools had we not done that. So I'm very supportive of what Representative Farrar is trying to do, and looking forward to our testimony. This we assume will be brief. So with that, we'll give you the right to close, and we're going to call on Audrey Young, Director of Student Support Services, Nacogdoches ISD and South, testifying for the bill.
I had the opportunity. I'm Audrey Young, Director of Student Support Services for Nacogdoches ISD, and I am for the bill. I vetted this bill with my social workers at Nacogdoches ISD, and they helped me put this piece together. Social workers are a vital component to the educational setting. Providing specialized services for students, families, educators, and administrators are a few key factors for the educational and personal success of the student. As families are equipped with the resources needed, they are better capable of supporting learning not only in the classroom but at home as well. Many social workers working in school hold clinical licenses and are providing high-quality, evidence-based mental health services in the school setting. They conduct needs assessments and meet the needs of our students' campuses and districts. Social workers use theory and research to inform their practice and are an integral part of a multidisciplinary team whose end goal is to have student success. At Nacogdoches ISD, daily activities for our social workers include direct services like individual and group counseling, personal support, advocacy, educational support, crisis intervention, child abuse prevention and reporting, consultation with school personnel, and addressing school-related concerns. Indirect services also include community collaboration, school improvement planning, and policy and program development in the areas of bullying, substance abuse, and teen pregnancy. Social workers are the link between the school district and the community on a daily basis as they advocate for the success of the students and families in the school district's care. So please support House Bill 239 for social workers, please.
Thank you, Audrey. We appreciate it. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Kathleen Armetta, retired clinical social work professional, National Association of Social Workers and Self, testifying for the bill. Kathleen had to go, so we're going to show Kathleen for the bill, not testifying. Laura Hullen, school social worker, National Association of Social Workers and Self, testifying for the bill. She also had to leave. But Laura likes the bill as well. So we'll show her not testifying before the bill. Will Francis, National Association of Social Workers, Texas Chapter for the bill. Bill is not here. We will show him for the bill but not testifying. Audrey Spanko, NASW, testifying for the bill. She is here.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Spanko, and I'm here on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers for the bill. School social workers have the right education, experience, and dedication to help students succeed in schools. School social workers enhance the school district's academic mission. They address behavioral, social, emotional, and societal factors that impact a student's success. School social workers may be hired using state compensatory education funds specifically for preventing students from dropping out and improving academic performance for at-risk students. School social workers are members of a multidisciplinary student support team. They possess training, skills, and expertise that provides the basics for a wide range of services for students and families. School social workers are uniquely qualified to address challenges and provide services. We work at all levels of school-wide, family, small groups, and individuals. School social workers are trained to meet the needs of their campuses and their districts by identifying needs, providing services, accessing resources, and engaging in the community. They match their skills to the requests and concerns of the schools. School social workers focus on the strengths of the student and the family and identify positive aspects and serve as a strong student and family advocates. School social workers are trained in cultural competency. They deliver culturally competent services to an ever-changing population, and they are licensed by the State Board of Examiners and are bound by professional codes of conduct. I believe most of your offices or all of your offices should have received a one-pager outlining specifically the school social workers in your district, but wanted to make sure that it's also noted that there are 950 school social workers according to TEA in 2018 in the state of Texas.
How many?
950.
950 in schools?
In schools, yes. In the state of Texas identified by TEA.
Okay. I was thinking districts versus schools, and I started thinking about campuses. So it's not a lot. Okay. Yeah. It's like less. It's about 10%.
Right, and hopefully this bill will encourage schools to hire more social workers and bring more social workers into our education programs.
Agreed.
Any questions?
Any questions? All right, Artie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 239? If not, we will call on Representative Gonzalez to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman, and I close.
All right, thank you. At this time, House Bill 239 will be left pending. That leaves Mr. King. Want to do the Bernal one first or your bill first?
Doesn't matter. They're both IMA. Whichever one you want to hear first.
Why don't we do yours first?
Okay.
At this time, Chair lays out House Bill 663 by Representative Ken King. Calls on Representative King to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for allowing me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 663. In 2011, the Texas Legislature established the IMA, which combined the funds used to purchase textbooks and technology into one allotment. While school districts have the flexibility over the use of these funds, as well as the ability to roll funds over from one year to the next, schools must still certify that they have spent sufficient funds on instructional materials from the proclamation by the State Board of Education. The intent of the IMA was to provide districts with greater flexibility and the ability to purchase technological equipment. Many districts have complained about the lack of flexibility under the IMA because the costs of the material adopted by the State Board of Education are so high that it leaves little room for flexibility with any remaining funds. House Bill 663 would limit the proclamation of the State Board of Education to 75% of IMA funding. This would allow schools to use at least 25% of their funding on technology or other instructional materials as they find necessary for their district. In addition, this bill requires a review of TEKS to ensure that the TEKS could be taught and mastered by a typical student within 1 year. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions and would reserve my right to close.
Yeah. Any questions? Let me just clarify a couple quick things here. So we've had several bills over the course of the several years. We'd had Senate Bill 6. Trying to think if that was Senator Shapiro that increased the capacity to do that. But then we had another Senate Bill, Senate Bill 313, that got vetoed by the governor, specifically related to TEKS and things of that nature. And so I just want to make sure everybody's clear on this. So what you're trying to do is basically increase what the allotment is for the use of those funds, right? So more flexibility with the
right.
With
What I'm trying to do is allow school districts to have purview over 25% of the proclamation money to buy technology or other educational materials as they see fit for their district. The reason for that is local control. Not every district needs the same thing. So for that portion of the bill, that is exactly what I'm trying to accomplish. The TEKS portion of the bill that you referenced is similar to other bills we've seen. We've all heard the term a mile wide and an inch deep. Mm-hmm. They need to be narrowed. Now, I readily admit the State Board of Education has done some work in that area over the last several years, but there's more work to be done.
Absolutely. Agreed. And I think, if I recall correctly, when Senate Bill 313 got vetoed in 2015, the mandate on that was that the TEKS would be done by 17, and I think we're just finishing most of those up, so there was a delay in completing that, I understand.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chairman, and since you brought that up, you might have noticed that my bill does have a $246,000 fiscal note on it that it didn't have last session when I brought the exact same bill, and that has to do with the math TEKS has been reviewed. It's the only one that has been reviewed, and the LBB suggests that should the bill go into law in its current state, it would cause a review before scheduled, and that's the reason for the fiscal note. We're going to work to remove that. I don't believe it's a fair fiscal note.
Okay, great. All right, members, any questions for Representative King? All right, we'll give you the right to close, and you have some witnesses. Paul Gray, Texas Council of Teachers and Mathematics, and self, testifying neutrally on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Paul Gray. I'm the government relations representative for the Texas Council of Teachers of Mathematics. And we have a few questions or concerns about the text portion of the bill that I wanted to bring to this committee's attention. As Representative King noted a moment ago, currently the State Board of Education's plan to revise the math TEKS is for adoption in the 22-23 school year. And this bill would move that timeline up somewhat. And so in past revisions, we ran into some time and budgetary crunches that have led to the existence in the current TEKS of a handful of vertical alignment issues that, had there been more time to go through the finished product as it was in draft form, that we would have caught those. So that one of our concerns is the fast timeline, not just for the math TEKS, but there would be other subject areas in the foundation curriculum subject to an additional revision or review based on the criteria that are outlined in the bill. Which leads to our second concern. Mathematics is the way that the revision and review is described in this bill, that there would be a reduction in number and scope of the text, and as well as a reduction in the amount of time required to teach those standards to mastery. And there's a clause later in the bill that for instructional materials adoption purposes, that the revision should not prompt that, which means that content can't be added to a grade level or moved from one grade level to a new one. So math builds vertically. And when we went through the revision process last time, I was on one of the educator committees for the high school courses. what we ended, we went through that. My train of thought just completely stopped.
It's okay.
But the if you move things from one grade level to the next, there are vertical implications for that. So, for example, third grade standards now have students look into even and odd numbers. If that, for some reason, is one of the standards that the committee chose to remove, we can't put that someplace else because it would provoke instructional materials adoption for the new content in that grade level. And we would like for the educator committees working on this to have sufficient time in order to make sure that find out what vertical gaps might that induce. If we remove even and odd from numbers from third grade, what implied content would subsequent grade level teachers have to pick up? Would the sixth grader have to teach that before she could teach additional content? So there's a lot of nuances that mathematics is what we do. That's what I'm familiar with. That may exist in other content areas. I don't know. But for math in particular, that could be troublesome.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Members, questions? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Nicole Hudgens, Senior Policy Analyst, Texas Value Actions, testifying against the bill. Hello.
Hello, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my name is Nicole Hudgens, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst for Texas Values Action. We're the largest statewide organization focusing on faith, family, and freedom for the state of Texas. And I really do admire everyone on this committee for staying so long. I know it's been a long day, and y'all have been very attentive, so I appreciate you taking the time to listen to my testimony. We're opposing this bill for a few reasons. One, as was mentioned, the governor did veto it in 2015 for various reasons. We're concerned specifically because of the streamlining elements. Our organization, personally, I was at the State Board of Education when they were going through the history standards, doing actually what was asked of this bill, on streamlining. So they went through and streamlined the history standards, and to my understanding, the State Board of Education has actually already gone through to streamline all of the TEKS. And so when they went through the streamlining process, it was a bit alarming, and many parents in Texas were concerned because major elements of history were being taken out, attempted to be taken out, in order to, quote, streamline history. So key elements like September 11th, heroic defenders of the Alamo, reasons for the nation being founded for, religious reasons, the founding fathers in certain elements, different specific members of the founding fathers. There was a long list of key elements of history that were taken out under the guise of being streamlined. Thankfully, those standards, many of those standards were put back in, and the State Board of Education actually worked really hard to try to streamline the best they could without taking out the key elements of history. But by the state mandating that we continue to streamline even more, you're going to have more of those elements just out of history being taken out. That's not including what could be discussed in math, science, language arts, and others. And so those are some of the major concerns that we have at Texas Values and why we're opposing the bill.
Okay. Members' questions? I have one. So back in 2015, that's when this bill was 313. Is it the question for you? Is this the exact same as 313?
No, because it has the IMA portion in it. 313 was more directly addressed to narrow the TEKS.
Yeah.
There's portions of it that are similar. There's a lot of bills out there that are similar.
So I guess what I want to make sure I understand, are you guys opposed to, in 2015, what was the rationale that you were opposed against it?
To my understanding, and I was a bit newer on staff and can get some more information on this, but from what I understand, streamlining the TEKS is going to be a bad idea, and I'm happy to get more background information for you on that.
Okay. Well, a couple of things I think are important, so I'm going back and looking. I actually know the answer. So one of the concerns that was put out by various groups and organizations was, and I'm going to put this out, is that they're concerned about going to type 1 TEKS, so you didn't mention that, versus type 2 TEKS. And the reason is that they're concerned specifically about it because they're afraid. The one thing that is protecting our this is a quote from one of the websites, Texas public schools from completely being taken over by the Common Core Standard Initiative is our Texas curriculum standards. So are you worried about that as a group?
That is another concern that we do have of what else can happen. Just initially seeing what happened recently at the State Board of Education where key elements were taken out is something that I can personally speak to because I was there at that moment. But I have had discussion with other Texas parents on the tiers of TEKS and the concern on Common Core and Common Core-like methods being brought in.
So do you know how many states prohibit Common Core right now?
I know that there's a number and that that's a common discussion that's happening among the nation, but for us right now, we're concerned about the way that this bill is addressing the history standards and other standards.
You do realize it's against the law in the state of Texas to have Common Core?
Common Core itself, the problem was, to my understanding, when I spoke to a Texas parent, was that it was similar to Common Core. So it wasn't Common Core exactly, but similar concept to Common Core that they were concerned about.
You know who passed that bill and when? Prohibiting Common Core in the state of Texas?
I may have been in D.C. at the time, so I apologize.
Okay. All right, you can get that research for us. And then, I think what I want to make sure is that the IMA piece is really important. And so I would encourage you to continue to work with Representative King and have Jonathan come visit with them, because I think it's important to not just be opposed to this. There was other interest, the other language that was opposed to it, because it was interesting at that time there was a different president in office, and they were very concerned about the overreach by the state board or the federal Department of Education at that time. And so there's a different sheriff in town now, so I'm not sure if you still have the same concerns with the Department of Education or not. So I certainly appreciate you getting back to him.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank
Good
you,
to
Mr.
see
Chairman. You too.
All right, Randy Willis, Superintendent, Granger ISD, Texas Rural Education Association, self testifying for the bill.
Randy Willis, Superintendent of Education, Granger Independent School District, Texas Rural Education Association, and I'm testifying for House Bill 663. It's in my professional opinion and belief that the State Board of Education and the Texas Education Agency doesn't have the political will to address the number of standards that we have and how we assess those standards. This issue is greatly magnified with an overemphasis of our A through F system of accountability, relying heavily on state standardized testing. And this belief has been confirmed over the last 5 years. We would not be here had the governor not vetoed Senate Bill 313 in 2015. However, House Bill 280 was passed by the 84th session, and this established the Commission of Next Generation Assessments and Accountability. The purpose of the commission was to make recommendations for new systems of student assessment and public accountability. The commission reported back to the governor and made 9 recommendations. 4 of those recommendations directly address the critical issues that teachers, school administrators, and school districts in fulfilling their roles and responsibilities for achieving educational standards as measured through the state accountability and assessment system. That's tab 5 in your handout that I gave you. Specifically, the Commission recommended supporting the continued streamlining of the TEKS to ensure that the state-mandated content standards for a particular grade level can be taught and expected to be taught in a single school year. And I submit, not the single school year, but within the testable calendar of 135 days. 4, limit the state testing to readiness standards. The Commission recommended that recommends that standardized test question items focus on only those TEKS that are most critical to student success. We're not saying reduce the standards, we're saying in how we assess the standards. They added college readiness assessments, and they aligned accountability systems to the SS requirements. After 4 years, my greatest fears have been realized. The number of standards that students are required to learn have increased
from the State Board of Education and TA streamlining process from 924 in 2015 to 995 in 2018. That's tab 3 of your handout. Because of the failure of the State Board to adequately address this issue of the number of standings and the time we have available to teach these standards, I ask favorable support of this bill. I also find that it's critically that we review and add to this the next generation recommendations and follow those 4 guidelines. Thank you.
Great. Members, any questions for Randy? This is good stuff in here. I was just looking at something real quick. So the other piece that we caught on this was the in this bill, I think that Representative King has, is the assessment or review of the actual assessments, the tests, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I think that's an important piece, and I think you hit on that a little bit. But I mean, my interpretation is if we're going to tweak the TEKS as we go forward, and we've got parents demanding that we do something related to testing, that's a critical function, right?
Yes, sir. You know, it's if you look at the very last tab in 7, understanding our whole system is real important. How the state board creates the standards, how the agency reviews and tests the standards, then our accountability system, and then in between that pie, we're left with the school districts and having to teach it and students to learn it. These things are they're all tied together. They're very critical. They're baseline, and it really needs to be looked at. You know, again, the amount of time that we have available. There's only 135 days we have from the day school starts to 5th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade math and reading standards. That's not a lot of time. And so you really have to look at that. When you look at our social studies, we have 150 days. There's 110 standards that's U.S. history and 90 standards that 8th grade social studies have to learn in 150 days. You know, I'm not saying that we have to change our standards, but if we look at what we're assessing and you look at the readiness standards, then assess that gives us what is essential. And that's kind of, if we want to say what is essential in Texas knowledge and skills, then I say assess what's essential and not the whole thing. And that's kind of what we've been talking about since 13, 14 and through this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and
Thank you, Randy. Good to see you. All right, is anybody else willing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 663? If not, we'll call on Representative King to close on this bill.
I signed up to testify too.
You did? All right, we'll see if we can find you. Did we skip Christy? Oh, nice job, Amy. Christy Hassett, trustee, Louisville ISD, testifying for the bill.
No, I'm very, very for it. Christy Hassett, Louisville ISD trustee, for the bill. This is actually one of our legislative priorities within Louisville ISD because we're trying to make a positive impact on education itself as well as the things that affect education. So there are so many things that we actually really liked about this bill. I won't go over it. Randy Willis had nailed a lot of them, but the time that you have put into this bill, the time frame constraint, is definitely something that will aid students, all students. So this bill is true education reform, and it will affect every single child in public education within Texas. So it's huge, and I really like it. I also love the fact that you added the assessment piece. I think that was vital to this bill this year, so I greatly appreciate that. One thing that I think would be a great improvement is if you would make the language so that it wouldn't sunset, because we've discussed that we've had this issue for at least 2 sessions or longer. We know that the review process is an excellent idea. You wouldn't have submitted the bill if it wasn't. So remove the language that makes it just a time frame of once and done. So remove all of that language, make it a continual review process that the SBOE, who has done a lot of work, and I really appreciate the work that they have done, but make sure that they have to come up with a plan themselves ongoing on how to make this permanent law so we don't just help the kids this year, that we continue to help the kids every single year throughout the education history. And that's really the only thing I had to go.
Great.
So thank you so much.
All right, Christy, thank you. Any questions for her?
I have one.
Representative King has a question for you, Christy.
Could you maybe, I don't think it's a bad suggestion. I haven't thought of it, but could you maybe drop by my office sometime and
would love to
visit with us a little bit about what you're a little more detail on what you're thinking?
Positively love to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now is there anybody that's willing to testify on for it? Did you sign up?
I registered, but I said I wasn't going to testify.
All right, well,
I
let's,
was against it.
okay, you're against it. Now are you for it?
No.
Oh, you're still against it? Is that Cindy?
No.
What's your name?
I just barely registered, so.
All right, give us a minute.
It said it went through
What's your last name?
Lucas.
That's it. Did you sign up for this bill or the other bill? You signed up for one. You signed up for 199. So, well, now that you've talked, we need you to go if you want to testify against this. You've already said you're against it, so I need you to go outside and sign in real quick. Or do we have an iPad for here?
No, we're down to one iPad.
Huh?
Can I sign the bill? I think that I registered for the ones that were on the
Yeah.
agenda.
Can you come up here, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, yeah.
Log in and
You're gonna need to go register real quick if you don't mind.
You're only registered for 199 on
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I have registered for 3 of them.
Well,
That's
it's
weird.
not on this one, ma'am. So
Okay,
if
so
you
I
can-
gotta go read.
Yeah,
the
well, and
whole
we're
thing?
gonna have to wait on you. So go ahead.
Oh.
So we'll just sit here for a minute. Enjoy the speaker visiting with us.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that the only thing that's excluded right now is bill is just math. So science, social studies, and those would be looked at again since the previous assessments haven't been put into place, correct, at this time? Okay, good. Thanks.
Are you registered?
No, but
Well,
it's
no.
too late.
All right. Look, if you want to testify on any more, the last of our 2 bills, you need to go out and register. They're outside.
Okay, but I didn't know whether it's too late for you to do it.
Yeah, if you would like to register, you can. We've got 2 more bills. We got this one. This is 663, and then we got 199. Yep. Lynette Lucas herself testifying against the bill. Please tell us who you are, your position on the bill, please.
Hi, I am Lynette Lucas, and I am a mom. I homeschooled 2 sons, and 2 sons went through public school. But I want to say that I agree with Texas Values with Nicole, and I think that we need to look at the standards in the school and see and evaluate the standards and get back to teaching like reading, writing, arithmetic, and make sure that all of history's in there and that we're teaching the true history. And I'm just making that short and sweet because I really do think that the standards have gotten a little skewed, and we're a little worried as parents of what our kids are being taught.
Okay.
Coming from a taxpayer that pays a lot of taxes for the school system. And by the way, all my sons are in their 20s, and they are out of school and college and working 1 or 2 jobs. So I had one that was dyslexic, and he went through a lot, and that's why I took him out and homeschooled him. But we just need to look at what the schools are teaching our kids before we start passing any more bills. That is my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you for letting me talk.
Of
Sorry
course.
about the delay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Pat Hardy, self, testifying neutrally on the bill.
Thank you, Dan, and rest of the board. I'm on the State Board of Education, so I unfortunately, Ken King, I haven't studied this bill because it kind of slipped up on me here because I've been working on some other things. But I think that one of the things I'd like to say is that we've made a very valiant effort to streamline the standards in the last 3 or 4 years. And we have done that. And I think that one of the things that you might be more concerned about is what the volume of information that's being tested. Is that correct? From the standards.
More of the standards being so broad, but we never actually go into the standard. I mean, it's mile wide, inch deep, and I think that seems to be a cliche and a saying, but it bears out to be true.
Well, that's why we did the streamlining.
Right.
And so have you looked at what we've...
I have, and I said in my original first testimony, Pat, that I recognize that you have been working on this, but time's slipping away, and it's not moving very fast. That's what I said. I recognized it early on that you have been working on it.
Yeah, and it does move very slowly. Change takes place very slowly. And what I would really like to say is that we've made a real valiant effort to do that. And one of the things that is a little bit tricky that until last year, I was actually working in the public schools. So one of the things that I noticed was that we used to have, when I was a teacher and I taught for 30 years, we had a 1-hour class period, time on task, every day, 1 hour. And that 1 hour in most schools now is down to 45 minutes because we've tried to broaden the number of courses and things that they're taking. And so that, when we did the standards the first year, 10, 11 years ago, and looking at those things now, definitely there's been a shift in how that's the time on task in schools. And of course, you know that we don't ever assign a certain amount of time. But if you think about it, if you take 15 minutes a day off in a week, you've lost 1 hour and 15 minutes of instruction time. And you add that up over the course of the year, you certainly are taking away some of the instruction time. Now, what I understand you to say, though, is that if that's the way it is, then we need to go back and look at it even more. But we worked very, very diligently. I met with the committees when they came to try and take out a lot of the standards that maybe were, a little bit deeper, a little bit more, whatever. And I actually never taught with the current standards, but as a teacher and using an hour class period, I was able to get through those standards. But The tests have gotten a lot more complex and so forth, and I will grant you on that. But I think that the board has really made a valiant effort, and I just wanted y'all to know that we understand and we hear you. I do think that we need to look at this stuff real closely, because I think that after the standards have been reviewed of late, we have managed to take away a great deal of the redundancy or whatever. One of the things that we did in the lower grades was reorganized it, because it wasn't in a very easy format for some of the teachers, because it didn't follow a pattern. But now we've done that with the reorganization of it. So I just wanted to let y'all know that. So.
May I go? Ms. Hardy, thank you for coming. I'm not sure I agree with you. So what does streamlining mean to you?
Well, it means taking out as much as you can without losing, like in the history, taking out as much as you can without losing the story that you're trying to present, the whole standards that you're trying to do.
Yeah, so in the EOC for U.S. history example, in 2014, you had 109 blueprint standards, and 2018 we have 109. Okay, so we didn't, I've heard that
They have the blueprint already for 2018? Okay.
And this was provided by Mr. Willis back here, so I'm going to walk you through this for a second. 2014 in all of 3rd grade through 5th grade, math, reading, writing, and science. In 2014, we had 246 total standards. Today, we have 281. So how did
No, wait, go back on this whole thing. In what time and from what
2014. So in 2015, when we had the original bill, that as you're aware of this, and I know you're aware of this, in the Senate Bill 313, that many of the state boards of education members actually went and lobbied Governor Abbott to veto the bill at that time. You're aware of that, right?
Well, no, but
well, you are now. And then you went from 246 to 281. So how is it that you're telling us that we streamline TEKS when you increase them?
Yeah, I cannot answer that.
Okay. Let me walk you through this one. So in 6th grade, math, reading, again, 7th grade, math, reading, writing, 8th grade, math, reading, science, and social studies. Now, again, we heard people talk about, we're really concerned about this because of the Alamo or whatever history it was. In 2014, social studies, which, by the way, is not required to be tested under ESSA guidelines. We had 92 total blueprints. In 2018, you had 92. So that was pretty good. But all the other tests combined, 2014 you had 370. 2018 you have 405.
That's how many questions on the blueprint.
Additional blueprint standard. My point is that there's a total of the bill that we asked you to look at in 2013, which is what Representative King told you earlier, which is that the TEKS have been a mile wide and an inch deep. And so we, or Chairman Aycock at that time, tried to get the State Board of Education to streamline the TEKS. We said, we want you to streamline them. And so what you all did is you went in from 2014 and had 924 and increased it to 995.
That's the blueprint, though. The blueprint is designed by the TEA. That is not the...
Well, you have all the standards that are in there, the streamlining of the TEKS standard, and this is State Board of Education.
I know, but they are the ones who give us the blueprint. And I agree with you. If that after having... I wrote neutral in that thing because I'm not sure how I'm going to fall out on this, but if after that streamlining, we're still asking more questions, then I think it might be an assessment problem.
And the bill does call for that as well. So, go ahead. Yes, of course, Mr. King.
So that's kind of my point. I acknowledge that there's been some work reviewing to streamline. But it does beg the question, it continues to increase, so I believe it is an assessment problem. So, I mean, the bill addresses those things too. So, now, and I get you're on the bill, but we continue to have a problem when we're trying to narrow the TEKS and they continue to grow.
Well, see, the TEKs aren't growing. The blueprint is growing, and I agree with you on that.
What if this? But we still have to make a significant change to ever change. I mean, that's kind of the point. So if it is an assessment problem, the bill addresses that as well. Thanks.
I actually have been talking to a member of the Senate Ed Committee, and she would like to see some of the things altered that reflect more of concerns like on civics and stuff like that. And I don't see any problem with that, but when I was talking to one of the people at the agency, they said, well, they have to ask so many questions on so many different TEKs. And I said, if the legislature says they want you to put more civics questions in there, then you put more civics questions in there. So some of that is out of the control of the state board. This is done by the assessment people who are working under certain guidelines that in order to create this data, like in the way of the social studies, there's 7 strands, and you have to have so many questions from each strand. And I said, I don't believe that. The other thing is I'd like to ask you what the passing rate on the 11th grade EOC is. Have you looked at that? That is a very high passing rate statewide.
For what?
For social studies. 11th grade's the only one. It is a very, very good test, but it has a very high passing rate. I am not as familiar with the other
Representative
ones.
Van Dever.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A statement you just made just prompted a question from me. So the company that's writing the assessment is actually driving this.
I would say so.
Is that a problem?
You're going to get me in trouble.
Well, you shouldn't have come up here.
You signed up.
I have concerns. I have concerns about the reading level. I'm most familiar with the social studies test. And I would really ask each of you to take a release test in the 8th grade social studies and see the vocabulary and the questions that are being asked. I think they're good questions, but for example, they might teach it one way in the standards. Then when we get ready to test it, we use another verb, like the word containment. It's very hard for kids to understand things like that you and I as adults would. And that test is replete with a lot of those questions.
I agree, and I guess my next question would be then, who? I mean, we hire the company to write the assessments. Is that a state board? Does the state board oversee that? Does the legislature oversee that? It's my understanding the state board.
It's the commissioner that does that. We don't hire.
Okay. But
we don't get to hire.
And you don't have any you don't give any direction to the development of the assessment.
Well, we look at the blueprint once, what he was talking about, and we can question, maybe the numbers and so forth on the blueprint. As a teacher, that's what I would look at is the blueprint, like how many questions are going to have on the history, what is your, the test going to be mostly comprised of. And like I said, I think that there could be some change in that. And I also think, like, for example, on the 8th grade test, I don't really think the 11th grade test fits in this quite like the 8th grade, but it is a very high reading level. And I don't know why we want to do anything that would make it more difficult for, trick kids or anything like that. I'm totally against that. And just like using the same verb, you use the same verb you taught it like,
right.
And then you use the same verb in the test itself. And I could tell you there would be a lot of people up here talking about the 8th grade tests, more so than the 11th grade test in the field of social studies. But the problem is that the TEKs are there, and you should teach, that gives a full story of, and especially since we've streamlined, you've got the full story of American history and so forth. And we did have a lot of battles over what was going to go away and so forth, but I think we resolved that. And the test should reflect that streamlined view. But I think the test is more of a problem than the standards. The standards are something that the test people have to work with. How they work with them is beyond us.
Okay, thank you.
You sit right there for a second. I'm going to get Monica,
Yes, sir.
Monica to come up for a quick second from TEA. She's been at Warrior all day, and now she's going to be.
I would like to say something on behalf of Monica.
Yeah.
She is excellent at her job.
I'm aware. Please tell us who you are.
Monica Martinez, Texas Education Agency.
So you heard what Representative Van Deaver just asked. For the benefit of everybody listening, we've got some, this is a frustration level for many of us here on this panel, because with all due respect to what we're hearing is that, in 2013, this is factually accurate. The State Board of Education members absolutely were lobbying to kill the TEAC revisions. And at that time, they were to have been completed by 2017. When did all the TEACs get completed? Or all the
the streamlining, so the final subject to be streamlined was social studies, and that was completed in November of last year.
Of 18.
Of 2018.
Of 2018. So
Yes,
about
sir.
a year behind on everything of what we anticipated.
For
based
one
on-
subject.
Yeah.
The rest were done by 2017.
Okay. And so when you heard about the test, help, we're going to, I don't want to get into the assessments and tests this week. We're going to have plenty of time next week to beat the crap out of them. So, so help me with that, though, understand for a second. What State Boards of Education's input that relative to the TEACs and the questions and things of that nature?
Yes, sir. So, as Ms. Hardy explained, the State Board is responsible for adopting the standards. The commissioner is then responsible for the assessment. I've heard reference to the assessment blueprints. I haven't actually seen what's being discussed. And so I'm not sure that I completely understand where some of those numbers are coming from. But what I can tell you is that once the streamlining happens, then we have to go back and take a look at what is being assessed. So if there are standards that were removed, for example, with science, there were certain standards in biology that were removed. We had to go back then and make adjustments to the test and pull those standards out. So we're not assessing either the standard itself or certain concepts within that standard. We are in the process of doing that right now for social studies for both 8th grade and high school U.S. history. So my expectation, and I saw a very preliminary version of the blueprint. I don't have it committed to memory, but my expectation is, or my recollection is that those blueprints will show fewer standards to reflect the reduction that was made by the State Board of Education in the social studies standards.
Okay.
And we can certainly provide members of the committee with that information for all of the tested subjects.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you. So just really quickly to go back. So they develop the standards, then y'all fill out the assessments, and then they see the assessment blueprints, no?
So the blueprints, those are documents that are posted on the TA website. Anybody can see them. And what that does is it shows what is going to be assessed. So there are certain standards that the board adopts that cannot be assessed on a wide scale assessment. I'm going to go to a language arts standard that's I think a little bit easier to describe. Trying to test whether or not a student can write cursive on a multiple choice test can't be done. Or some of the oral language skills. So we have to determine, can a standard be assessed or not? Because of the number of standards that we've had, when the design of the current state assessment came into being, that's when we ended up with this concept of readiness and supporting. Because if we tested every single standard that could be assessed every year, the test would be way too long. And so that's where that piece came from. But what the blueprint does is it says, okay, these are the readiness and supporting standards. These are the different categories that we're going to assess so that educators understand which of those standards would be assessed on any of those assessments.
So when you say way too long, so the last history EOC had how many questions?
I don't have that committed to memory. And I only recently became much more involved in assessment, so I don't know that as well as I know the standards. But I think that we're talking ballpark, maybe, I'm going to say a wrong number, but
I think it's 82. I got that.
Okay. Well,
but I guess my question is, who determines way too long? Because for me, 82, I mean, that's a lot of questions on a test for a young person. I'm exhausted already, and I bet So does that make sense? Like, who determines way too long?
Well, now that has to be based on statute and a law that was passed by the legislature not that long ago, that the average student it can't take that long. I think the point is that when we first started looking at what STAR would be, if we had taken into account all of the standards at that time, there would be many more questions on the assessment than what you see now. So I think that's where some of the conversations were about. Yeah, where do you draw the line?
Thank you.
Yep, Mr. Chalrico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you said TEA is revising the assessment after standards have been determined, is that the agency or the vendor?
That is, it is the agency's responsibility. We certainly work with our test vendors, but those are decisions that agency staff makes.
You give them the blueprint.
We have agency staff that's very involved in all of the processes. We work on the blueprints, on readiness and supporting. All of that came from the agency, not the vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Well, yes, sir. Mr. Bell. Absolutely.
So I understand now, it was at 2015 or 17 that the legislature tried to tear down the standards.
It was 2015 that we had the bill, Senate Bill 313, and it was passed by both chambers. It was Senator Seliger's bill, and Chairman Aycock carried it, and then it was vetoed. It was vetoed.
Right. Now the streamlining, what promulgated the streamlining that you've been going through right now?
In 2013, that was what the bill was, is to streamline, and the State Board of Education, I think, didn't like us playing in their sandbox, and so they got a little persnickety about that, and ended up trying to get the bill killed. I'm thinking is what happened. So, that's what my perception was. Right. Representative Van Deaver was here at that time. I think that's about right, isn't it? Yeah.
Could I say something about those?
Just 1 minute.
Two things, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to understand how we went from 28 standards in math in 14 to 44 and 18 that we're trying to suppress.
May I? So I'm not sure where those numbers are coming from. I have a list of all of the standards.
Your website.
And from,
that's right.
In terms of the standards for each of the subjects, I believe through the streamlining process, there was only one science course where there were 2 additional standards from the previous. Everything else was a decrease. And in social studies, world geography remained the same. Everything else, there is a decrease in the total number of standards.
Well, I think there's a disconnect between what we're getting, what we just saw there, that came from your website, that Mr. Willis provided to us. Love to maybe, Pat, have you step aside for a second and have Mr. Willis come back up here real quick, because I'd like to understand what.
If that's not what you repeated was
well, I'm not done with you yet, but we're gonna. You chose to sit down here, so go ahead, Mr. Willis. Tell us who you are again, please.
Randy Willis, Superintendent of Schools, Granger Independent School District.
So what she's saying, and could we help me understand?
On the TEA website, Ms. Monica was correct. We go in and teachers and administrators take a look at the blueprints. This is under their accountability. You could look at the blueprints. It states out in the blueprints as to what readiness standards they have, what supporting standards, and what the total standards. This is the key things that we look at when we begin to break down lessons and begin to teach what we need to teach throughout the year. So this is what the assessments are normally fall within. And usually what we see is around 60% of the readiness standards are assessed, and around 35% of the supporting standards. So this is the heart of what we take down. We look at these, take it apart, make lessons, and that's what we teach throughout the year. I do not argue whatsoever about the standards themselves. I agree with Ms. Hardy and what the State Board has done, what Representative King has talked about and said. The standards are very good. Our standards are great in what we do, but it's how we assess those standards that needs to be looked at. When we have, as what the blueprint says, when you have a large amount of standards in a short amount of time, it's difficult to teach that to very depth to a large depth. And you ask any teacher in the field, and the first thing they will tell you is that we have more material that we can teach in the time we have available. That's just what they will say. They work hard. Our teachers do a great job with the time they have. And I know next week you're going to be talking about assessments a little bit differently, but that's the heart. But this is right off the TA website. Am I right, Monica?
I cannot
Okay, so you don't know,
confirm that
okay.
at this point in time. I'm happy to go back and look. One thing just, and I feel a little bit at a disadvantage because it's the first time that I see this. But one of the things that I think may not be clear is that this isn't, I don't believe, indicating in it. So there are readiness and supporting standards, but not, for example, not every supporting standard is going to be assessed on every assessment. So those numbers are going to vary. I would have to go back to look and see what would happen between 2014 and 2018. Certainly, I think some of this information, because the streamlined standards have not yet been implemented in 2 of the 4 subject areas, you wouldn't see any changes reflected on the assessment. So the reading language arts standard, well, social studies is the easy one. The board just adopted in November. They are implementing in 2019, and I think one of the steps that they took based on testimony was to have immediate implementation in middle and high school so that those assessed grades would feel that relief more immediately. So you should see those changes in the 1920 school year. For the reading language arts, that was, while it did result in fewer standards, we did work on streamlining as part of that. It was a wholesale revision, and the board always works to make sure that there is enough time for professional development, adoption of instructional materials between the time they adopt the standards and implementation. So those won't be implemented until 2019. We're working on those blueprints right now as well.
Okay. And you know, Randy, and I think I'll be done with this in a second. But you basically believe that you can't possibly assess. There's too many standards for the kids to actually.
The agency does a very good job in how we assess. They don't assess the entire curriculum because it would be impossible to do that in a time frame that we've laid out for our test. So a 2-hour test cannot assess all the standards that we have there that we look at. So they do take this and they assess at different times. Normally, most of your readiness standards are assessed each time, but your supporting standards are assessed over a 3-year period of time normally. But you still have to teach that entire curriculum. And then the assessment comes back, and you try to monitor very closely and spend as much time as you can on what has not been tested to what's being tested. But a teacher is responsible to teach that entire curriculum every year. And so as we assess different pieces of it, sometimes it's a moving target. And that's why I support the commission recommendations to the next generation is to narrow that assessment to readiness standards. Let the teachers continue to teach all the standards. They have to teach supporting standards to get there, but have a less, the assessment instrument should look a little bit differently. And that's just, I know that oversimplifies it, and I know, but when you talk to teachers out there in my schools and around, this is a real issue for us.
So here's the issue. This is the bottom line, right? If the Commission on Next Generation of Assessment and Accountability made a bunch of different recommendations. This was one of the recommendations that they made. Right?
Yes, sir.
And they made it to the legislature, and they also made it to State Board of Education, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so the State Board of Education has not adopted and or acted on that. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think
to the degree of the next generation, what the Commission on Next Generation Assessment said.
I think in number 3, in streamlining the standards, I think they have really vigorously gone in to look at taking a lot of ambiguous language out and narrowing how that standard particularly is written, and is trying to keep the content in there. So I think the heart of that number 3 is there, but I think number 2 is the key. The number 4 in assessing on the readiness standards is the key recommendation that should be looked at.
And is there a reason that I mean, I guess the question is what Representative King is trying to do is try to get the TEKS put down, and this is one vehicle to be able to do that.
Yes, sir.
Absent of this, we leave it to the State Board of Education to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's responsible for determining what really are, because we were hearing from groups outside that said, it's bad because we're involved, but do we not have, at the end of the day, oversight and
I think it's your responsibility, Chairman.
Yeah, and we created the State Board of Education, did we not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Harold's been here. He did it. It was his bill.
Chairman, we've got good. The standards are great, Chairman. The standards are really good. They go through a very rigorous process, but we really have to look at how we're assessing those and the way that we assess it. That's really the heart of what we're doing. But I want to, the agency does a good job in trying to put these blueprints together. The standards are as good as any in the nation, but how we assess that, I continue to say, needs to be looked at very carefully and thought through all the way, and how because our accountability system is based through A through F. We get graded on that, how well we do. Now we're talking about out-based financing based off of how well we perform in these assessments. So this goes back to that assessment instrument. The core root really needs to be looked at carefully as we put more and more high stakes on a standardized test.
Okay. All right, I'll just bring Pat up so you can finish back up. Thanks, Randy. And Monica, I think I'm good with you. Thank you.
I'll give you a copy of this if you need it, Monica.
I just didn't want to. I want to give Pat one last bite of the apple in case there's anybody wanted her here. Thank you.
I do want to say that actually the process for the social studies, which we just went through, boy, was it a headache, but I feel like the standards are improved greatly by the process. So it was whose idea it was to do the original streamlining. It might have been yours, Representative Dutton, no? But it has been a good process, and the vocabulary was changed, improved, clarified, the organization of it, because I was actually at the meetings when we wrote those standards, like for the social studies, and there really wasn't enough time. If you get a bunch of teachers in the room, it is very, very difficult to get them, like, come on, we've got to move it. You've got to do this. And that was what that situation was. We tried a different process this time on the streamlining, and we brought in from each of our districts about 4 or 5 different things, A, B, C, D, E, I'm not sure. There's 4 or 5 different groups, and we brought in different teachers so that we involved many, many more people in this process. And it was the chairman's idea, and it actually worked, and I was glad we were going through it. I am inclined to agree that it's not important to test everything and make the test as long as it needs to be, although I have to tell you I've monitored the test, and I've never seen a kid that didn't finish it in a decent amount of time in the ones that I've monitored, and I've done that over the years. But I do think that the tests, we need to check more closely that they are, the vocabulary and so forth is the right level for the students. The social studies test, by most accounts, are the hardest of the test because of that vocabulary. And I would be all in for making that so kids can understand it. I would not be in favor of only doing readiness standards, not supporting standards, because that is very difficult in the field of social studies because the story isn't complete. World War, you got to have those supporting standards. You see what I'm saying? You've got to have those things have got to be tested too. So I don't know how that works in the other content areas, but I do know in social studies you can't do it. I would just be in favor of reducing the test to 60 questions or 75 or 60 or whatever they wanted to do to make it more palatable. And I don't think it's a bad thing that you're not tested that year on certain things. You can learn things. We don't have to be tested on everything we learn. And I'm really wanting the kids to do well. My goal would be that.
Do you believe that all of the TEKS that you as a group have approved can be reasonably taught to every child in the state of Texas every year?
In my field? Yes.
I didn't ask about your field. You're on the State Board of Education.
You're going to make me really nervous on that math stuff. We had the people in, and they said yes. We had the math experts.
I didn't ask them. I asked you. I'm serious.
I'm serious when I say I think it can be, because I work with people all the time. I'm with coordinators of those different subjects. But I don't think it's necessary to test all those things every year.
Chairman Dutton has a question for you.
One of the things that worries me is when teachers use the lesson plan around the teach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and so the lesson plan will call for example, for you to be on chapter 3 in the 4th week or something. But that seems to ignore the accomplishments of the students. I mean, and I guess what I'm saying is, you know, every book starts off at chapter 1. Some kids start off at chapter none. And if you go to chapter 3, by the time you get there in the lesson plan, they're still stuck on chapter none. Should the lesson plan be ahead of student achievement?
This is really, really hard, because every district, the children are different. They come to you with different backgrounds, different preparation and so forth. As a teacher, I never, ever had my department say we're on chapter whatever in the book or anything like that. We did it kind of a more holistic, looking at those standards. But if the students aren't understanding it or gathering or picking that up, it's fruitless to move on, because most everything is a foundation for the next thing they're going to be doing. So
some campuses have
I know that.
what's called instructional people, right?
Yeah.
And the instructional people tell the teacher, well, you got to be on a certain level by a certain date and by a certain time. I mean, are you familiar with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
we would call that actually a pacing guide. You how to, if you don't, for example, in a world history class, they might stop with the Egyptians, because that was pretty interesting, and spend too long a time on that. So you have to kind of set up a curriculum where the teacher follows a pacing situation, and you do formative assessments all along the way to see that they're understanding.
Well, my question is, shouldn't they be following, rather than pacing information, shouldn't they be following the student achievement in the
Well, that's what
classroom?
you would do when you have the assessments. They understand it, you move on.
And so even though the lesson plan may dictate that you on chapter 3 or something.
Yeah, I
if
spent
the
30
kid
years, I never had that dictated to me as a classroom teacher. No.
Never, the lesson plan doesn't dictate?
Mm-mm.
What?
I was able to, and I would have different situations that would call for me changing my whole curriculum around because of the needs of certain kids. More talkative kids, or more, you did different things. I kind of laugh about some of the things I did, and I was trying to kind of keep them in line, and they liked it better. So, there's just a variation. I do think that it is dangerous to not have a pacing, because otherwise your teachers aren't moving on and they're not going to get to where they need to. But on the other hand, I don't think it should be really, really strictly like someone comes into your room and checks to make sure you're on page whatever. I don't think that's healthy.
I don't need it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Hardy at all?
I
right,
thank you
for being here.
I thank y'all for listening
Is
to
there
me.
anybody else willing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 663? All right, if not, we'll turn it over to Representative King to close on this bill.
I close.
All right, thank you. At this time, House Bill 663 will be left pending. We have one last bill. It's
Same
House
subject.
Bill 199. At this time, Chair lays out House Bill 199 and calls on Representative by Bernal, but calls on Representative King to explain his bill, Bernal's bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's, same subject, a little different take. During the 82nd legislative session, the legislature created the instructional materials allotment in order to assist school districts with the purchase of instructional materials and technology equipment and technology-related services. The 85th legislature changed the name to add technology, to change the IMA to the TIMA. This name change was to reflect the dual nature of the fund. The allotment can also be used to pay for an employee who provides technical support for the use of technological equipment directly involved in the student learning or training. As the state continues to experience rapid growth in the number of high-needs children, teachers continue to struggle with the lack of classroom resources and targeted professional development dedicated to the physiological and social-emotional needs of a student. By broadening the list of services that the TIMA can pay for, a district can better address all the needs of student improvement and needs of students and improve the quality of time dedicated to the academic instruction in the classroom. You can obviously tell Representative Bernal uses more words than I do. This bill offers flexibility to allow TIMA funds to be used for hiring additional employees who are directly involved in the student learning and social and emotional care. Basically, it opens up the fund for other needs. There is a fairly broad, there is no fiscal note impacted, no fiscal implication, but it does open up the fund.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Any questions? All right. We will give you the right to close. We do have some witnesses. Tori Austin, San Antonio ISD, testifying for the bill.
Good evening. I'm Tori Austin. I'm with San Antonio ISD. I'm a director of the Teacher Incentive Fund grant that was awarded to the district to turn around 24 of their historically low-performing campuses. I am speaking in support of HB 199. I've been in education for 29 years. I've been a middle school teacher, elementary principal, a district level administrator, and I spent several years with an education service center as a consultant. And during that time, I've worked with school boards, CFOs, district level staff in looking at budgets and looking at personnel, and sometimes we've had to make some hard decisions around how we staff and how we provide support for our most vulnerable students, our students who need additional support. That oftentimes led to cuts in social work positions. It led to cuts in teaching positions, fine arts positions, elementary fine arts positions, and what it created for us in district, a mid-sized district where I was a district administrator, and as I worked with districts around the region that I served, is limited access for teachers and students. So this bill, the flexibility that it provides, actually expands on a flexibility that exists in terms of with the technology. If we've purchased technology, we can use funds from the IMA, the TIMA, in order to pay for the salaries and expenses for staff to provide the support. It would provide an extension of that and an expansion of that for the local district as they are purchasing materials and looking at resources for students to pay for the personnel to support that. I think the biggest piece for us as we look at the local control, the flexibility for districts, it's really important that they can look at the funds that they have available, provide an opportunity to look at the community needs and address the needs of the students in their community, and it opens up a flexibility that would be very valuable to them. Thank you for the opportunity, and I really encourage this to go forward.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Appreciate it. Members, questions? All right, thank you. Wayne Schapper, Instructional Materials Coordinator, Association of Texas, testifying against the bill.
Good evening. I'm Wayne Schapper. I'm here representing the Instructional Materials Coordinators Association of Texas. We are opposed to this bill, not in the intent of why it was written, to hire counselors and social workers. As a former principal of a high-needs campus, I know the importance of counselors and social workers and what they do for kids every day to help kids get a better education and survive day-to-day living. We understand that. Our concern is the distilling of what the purpose of the TIMA allotment was put in place for. It was put in place for our students to get instructional materials and technology in their classroom. During the last legislative session, $66 million was taken off the top of the allotment for special carve-outs for the Texas Education Agency and different things that occurred. And as many of you already know, the allotment this year the State Board of Education did not receive their full funding that they normally get. And so we've already been told that we're going to have less money to spend this year on the allotment than what we had in the last biennium. And so our concern is it just creates what I would say is a slippery slope, or the optics of that there's lots of money in there, so it's free to take and use however it needs to be. And we know instructional materials are important to all of our kids and their success, as well as the technology that's used to purchase the technology needed for the instructional materials these days, because of so many online textbooks and things that our kids have to deal with. And so we're not opposed to the bill because it hires counselors and so forth. Our only opposition is because it just gives the appearance that there's lots of money sitting in there not being used, and somebody else is going to take it and spend it in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? So you were superintendent or principal? I'm sorry.
Principal of a high school, yes, sir.
Okay. And if I gave you resources to educate your children in some form or fashion, you would say, no, don't take it out of this particular fund or that particular fund. Wouldn't you prefer to have flexibility within the funding sources that we would give to you?
As a principal, yes.
Okay. But now, because you're with the association, that's not the case, and I get that. So,
well,
okay, I get it. It's good. I get it. You got it. I get it. I understand.
Got to represent.
You got to represent your district, or your group.
Yes, sir.
Understand. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Nicole Hudgens, Senior Policy Analyst, Texas Values Action, testifying against the bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, appreciate y'all staying so late. We are...
Tell us who you are and who
yes,
you represent.
Nicole
Hudgens.
Hudgens.
And your position on the bill.
Texas Values Action, Senior Policy Analyst, and testifying against the bill. Okay. Some of the major concerns that we have, specifically when it comes to the issues of social emotional learning, is that the connections with these types of programs are connected with groups like HRC, Human Rights Campaign, that's promoting worldview and values that are not in alignment with some of the values of Texans and Texas parents specifically. The idea of the mindfulness, and I understand addressing the mental health, but some of the mindfulness ideas and part of this program is not something that that all parents are okay with. Some of this focus on being self-centered and self-focused and finding yourself inside yourself goes against the values of parents who want their children to find their value and their worth in God or in other areas. And so it's a major clashing of the worldviews. There have been a number of parents that there are parents that are very concerned about this, and Texans that are very concerned about this. And we believe families want to see, these funds go to what they were originally designed to, technology. There was just a robust discussion on, having enough time to talk about the math and the science and history and reading and other important subjects, and we think that focus needs to go that direction rather than promoting things that go against family values.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly how that happens, because I'm reading the bill. It says provides technical support for the use of technology equipment directly involved in student learning, or is directly involved in the student learning, or addressing the social and emotional health of students. So you don't like that part?
Social emotional learning, it goes towards a specific
addressing the social
program.
and emotional health of students. So you don't support the social and emotional health of students, or just particular groups that might be out there. I just want to make sure I get it right.
When we've seen those words put together, we see it combined with those programs, and we're against those programs.
All right, great. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Elizabeth Castle, Policy Advisor for Texas Values, testifying against the bill. Are you with Texas Values as well?
Yes.
Okay.
I think she's registered twice, but we need to verify that Mary Castle is the same as Mary Elizabeth
Yeah, are you Mary Castle as well? Known as Mary Castle?
Yeah, known as Mary Elizabeth.
Because you have Texas Values Mary Castle. Is there another Mary Castle at Texas Values besides you?
No.
Okay, and then we have a Mary Elizabeth Castle at Texas Values. Is that you?
That's me.
Okay, and you're testifying against the bill because you registered twice.
Yes. Okay, my name is Mary Elizabeth Castle, and I represent Texas Values as their policy advisor, and I'm testifying against the bill. As my supervisor, Nicole Hudgens, mentioned that there's concern about the materials being used for social and emotional curriculum in the schools. And some of the research that the group has done at Texas Values has shown that the social and emotional awareness curriculum has been tied to some curriculum that may not be appropriate for students, or that has addressed certain issues that certain parents are concerned with, but also at what grade level and what age they're addressing these issues. For example, gender identity issues and certain things that are addressed to kindergartners under, the guise of social and emotional awareness. And so we just have concern about certain materials being presented under this curriculum without the review of parents and the review of other educators and whether or not they're appropriate for children of certain ages. And so with that, we testify against. Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here. What do we got next? Monty Exter, Texas Association of Texas Professional Educators testifying for the bill. Hello, sir.
Monty Exter, Association of Texas Professional Educators, testifying for HB 199. We certainly support the IMA in its primary function of providing materials for students and its expanded function of providing technology upon which those materials can be utilized. However, current law already prioritizes the fund in that you are required to first purchase those materials before you can use the fund to purchase other things. That's already in law. Additionally, TEA, either rule or practice, actually further clarifies those priorities, locking that down even tighter. And we agree that the IMA certainly should be prioritized for the purchase of instructional materials first. However, during this just last biennium, this came up recently in one of the budget hearings, it was brought to light that there were many districts that had significant additional unused dollars that are IMA dollars at the end of the biennium. And while from one year of the biennium to the next, those dollars can carry over, they don't necessarily carry over from one biennium to the next unless appropriators choose to allow them to carry over. So we are very supportive of allowing districts to use those dollars within the prioritization that is already set up in law to help fund staff to actually deliver the instructional materials that the IMA was set up in order to be able to purchase. Otherwise, those dollars may go unexpended and may go wasted. So with the prioritization already in place, and there's even room to maybe tighten that up a little bit, we are certainly supportive of using those funds within public education.
Cool. Thank you. Questions for Monty? Thanks, sir. Always good to see you. Lynette Lucas, testifying for herself, testifying against the bill. Okay, we're going to show her against the bill but not testifying. All right, is there anybody else that would like to testify on, for, or against House Bill 199? If not, we'll recognize Representative King to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, in the words of Representative Bernal, the bill does not call to open up the fund. It gives flexibility for the use of the funds. Maybe a little semantics, but he wanted that known. Not close.
All right, at this time, I'm sure he would. At this time, we will leave House Bill 199 pending. A couple real quick comments. As I said, we're not meeting tomorrow. We are going to meet next week. We will be hearing bills again. We're going to have assessments. If you have a particular assessment bill that has not been referred, you have a couple days to probably get it referred. I don't know, we're gonna hear what we can, but we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna have TEA and we're gonna have the testing companies in. We're gonna get to the bottom of all this whatever it is and figure out what's up, and we'll have some bills to discuss along the way on that. And then, obviously, as the other issue is as we're getting closer relative to filing or working through the school finance plan as we go forward, we're going to continue briefing everybody's offices as we go through this process and update to where we're at, and plan on doing that in near term as well. So, anybody have any questions? All right, at this time, the Committee on Public Education will stand adjourned, subject to call the chair.